bachelor's, master's, PhD students. My biggest area is more like master's students. And also I added the logo here as a project, like I have another, mission. When everyone is talking about AI, everyone is understanding it's about chatbots, about LLMs. My mission usually is to say like AI is not just chatbots. It's much, much more. It's just one part of it. So in master studies, we are more orienting how it works, how to improve it and so on, and how to create other AI tools. But in bachelor levels, not AI studies, we need to teach students how to use the existing chatbots, all the tools which exist, just to make sure they are doing more valuable, more qualitative work. At the same time, they are not losing the thinking and knowledge. Because in the beginning, with one professor, we were discussing, is it really necessary to teach facts, like knowledge for students? Because now they can find everything in the internet during those chatbots. And then the answer was kind of a quick, like, yeah, we need. Why? Because we need to evaluate, is it true? So still, like, some of those tools are hallucinating, probably like less and so on, but we shouldn't be forgetting the critical thinking. We should be developing it in students' minds as well. So the risk of not structured, unguided AI could also like lead to the fact like we won't be thinking, we will be just generating it. It won't be beneficial neither for us nor for the school or your career. And in the education, like now it seems like, yeah, we shouldn't be controlling or restricting. We should be more like adapters or preparators. I saw somewhere in the slides, and it's very similar to what I'm saying to students even before the LLMs and so on. Like, I'm your service, like you are coming, I'm ready to support you, to give some kind of a service. If you are not taking, it's up to you. I don't mind. And also just a little bit outside of it, when I was in secondary school, I decided I will never be teacher. Now I'm saying I'm not a teacher, I'm professor. What's the difference? In school, everyone understands I need to teach. The student must know what I must teach them and so on. In university, no. It's like, I'm ready to give. If you want, you can take. If not, it's up to you. So it's a little bit less responsibility for me. So this is why, like teaching as a service is kind of a very good approach, thinking about I'm ready to share, I'm ready to give, but how you will use it, it's up to you. Yeah, so talking about what kind of skills should be taught. So as I understood, more or less all of you already know, because you are from most of it, if I understood correctly, from IT companies and so on. So first of all, we shouldn't be thinking students already know how to do it. Some of them know, some of them don't, and if we won't teach everyone, like those who know will advance more, those who don't still will be just copying and not thinking what's happening and so on. So usually the first steps which we are trying to share is like, don't use just one prompt. Like, you should be building your companion. So when you know he's just adapting to what you need, you should be setting up a colleague which is on your level, on your topic and so on. So this is why sometimes we are talking about those agents like, I should have my own, someone else should have his own, just to adapt to what I understand and to be in my level and to help me. Because one of the presenters was saying like, yeah, when I'm asking like, what's the idea, the LLM, the chatbot is saying, yeah, it's an incredible idea. When I'm saying criticize me, he's saying, look, no, it's bullshit, everything is not true. So it would be better to have somewhere in the middle. Like, yes, there are some good points, some bad points, but it depends on what's your aim. Like, do you really want just to get encouragement, or do you want to get a really critics to see all the risks and so on? So this is why, like, not using one prompt, but adapting to it. So at least those small steps, like using like iterations, using multi-shot prompts, adding examples and so on, basically helps. And also some surveys are saying, like, even students are saying like, yeah, we would like to know some information about how to use it. So teachers should be integrating in each class, but also what issue we saw in university, it's not the same for each course. When I'm teaching, I don't know, programming, I use a completely different set of tools than in, I don't know, creative industries, and a little bit different approaches should be done. So even where we were going, like, yeah, we have one course about generative AI, but it's more like oriented on research who works better for one or another area. but each teacher probably should be integrating the LLM-based solutions in the course and adjusting like how you can use it in this specific area, not just what works for me, works for him, and so on. And soon it will change, I hope, yeah. So about main Gen AI competences, so what we are talking, so as I mentioned, like, yeah, usually the idea is like prompt design, interaction, evaluation, and reflection. So like those first steps which you are trying to give to the students, like use multi-shot prompting. So what it means, I'm not just asking once, I'm adding multiple of those like sets and also adding those examples like, do it similar as this one, but not just like create a poem with no instructions and so on. Do it iteratively, like also trying to understand and evaluate, is it working or no? So the critical evaluation is probably the most important. And in the beginning, it was kind of easy. We had some default questions. Like, for example, I still remember one, it was like in forest, we have 10 firs. On each apple tree, there is 10 branches, and in each branch, there is 10 apples. How many apples are in the forest? And he was calculating, just dumbly like. And then you are answering, yeah, but in the forest there is no apples, there is just 3 pins. And it was like, yeah, I'm incorrect. Now it's becoming more difficult to find those examples where they are not correct, because especially with those smaller things. So still we are trying to see like, not necessary hallucination, but how you will get completely different results if you will use different prompts. So it helps to estimate like, yeah, how important it's how I'm asking, not just asking, but what's in the prompt, how I'm adjusting it, how I'm telling I don't like it, I prefer this one, and so on. And also another thing is about the bias and hallucination. So as I mentioned, it's difficult, but another perspective where we are looking, like how to make sure we will integrate more fair AI, let's call it like this. Because also, several weeks ago, I was in another conference. There was some kind of a pitching of ideas, and I'm, as a judge, sometimes we're giving like, and how about data protections, private data, AI Act, and so on and so on. And the second day, there was venture capitals, and they were saying, yesterday there was some kind of a dumb woman, she was asking about privacy and ethics, forget about it. Build AI solution, sell it, and then you will try to find out how to integrate ethics and privacy and so on. So in university, we are saying like, no, you should be thinking in advance. One is about efficiency, because when you will need to integrate, for example, privacy, you might change completely the algorithm. So it's now not about ChatGPT, but it might require some updates. And also, always you are risking, because like if something will happen, you will be responsible. For example, one app was about allergens. So if person will die, who will be responsible? Restaurant or your app, which was saying, yeah, it's safe. So this is why like talking about the bias and things like this. So sometimes we are thinking like how to educate students, not just trust or use it for bad purposes, but also think about fairness, biases, and things like this. Also, in another project, just while it's ending, there was a discussion like AI even adds additional difficulties, because all we assume like men is in ICT area, there is no place for women. But actually, like, why it's happening? Because we have more data in this area. So in this case, even one example, until it will be showing. So we have 2 study programs in AI. One is called AI engineering, and we have all men and 3 women, and another is management of artificial intelligence solutions, and it's all women and 3 men. They are studying almost completely the same. I don't know, approximately 60% are the same, but just because of the title, different understanding, is it for me or no? So this is why, like, even when generating some text with AI, you should be looking like, yeah, is it ethical? Is it suitable to use? So you can add some messages, but not always. Okay, I don't remember what's next in the slides. But at the same time, don't be shy and ask if you have any questions. And also just from the experience, so even in master studies, we still have teachers who are saying like, no, I'm using Turnitin and I should be, and it allows me how to estimate. So even we need to educate not just students, but the teachers itself. even professors, because they are not always understanding how the logics of AI, of those chatbots work. So automatically they are assuming everything what's generated, it's trusted, and I can apply it. Yeah, so the next step is like what we see. So sometimes the usage may cause some issues. So this is why we should be even transferring it not just to leave for the, I don't know, for the student, for the home. So it should be integrated in the classroom. So how to integrate it and so on. So at least my experience is like, yeah. I'm started from just using examples how, for example, some of those free of charge tools could be integrated in the class, like, oh, if I would try to do this task by using the LLM, would it help or no? So in the beginning, it was kind of easy because we used it more not for the result generation, but for understanding what works for the course and what doesn't. For example, can I calculate one or another problem based on some kind of a theory? Like, yeah, I can, but I get an incorrect result. Later, we had to switch a little bit, and it was like how more efficient to do it, because the answers were correct. We just needed to dedicate more time to understand, like, is it really correct, how to check, and so on. So basically, this is why we shifted just from examples into live discussions. Because also what was very visible when I'm teaching, so yeah, some students are listening, some are just sitting somewhere and so on. When we start using some LLM-based tools, everyone is like, oh, I'm an expert, I will tell you what to enter, and I know the answer, and so on. So they, a little bit, at least in the beginning, we are like alive and more included. So now when we are doing the discussion, also they are becoming more alive because they like, oh, I know why it happened like this. Oh, if you will try like this one. So it's not just to teach, but it's also, in some cases, if you use it correctly, helps to integrate the students in the class, not just to teach, but to use it for more interactive approach. Also, how we shifted as well, like it was difficult because some tasks were not suitable I don't know how to say it correctly, but like it just needs to be done. And if the student is using Gen AI, so how should I check it? So we shifted a little bit the evaluation by you need to provide the methodology, how you got the result. You can use it, and sometimes it's a must, like you must use it, but just list either history or I don't know, do some kind of analysis comparison of how you used one prompt, then another prompt, where's the results, where's the issues, and so on. So the shift in the task evaluation also was done. In some cases, for example, when it's related to coding, it's more like, give me all the steps, how the code evaluated and how you did it. In some written tasks, there is a separate chapter, explain me how you generated the result, not just provide the report. So automatically also it affected the assessment. So yeah, we still need to have those reports and so on, but we are more diversifying the evaluation. So sometimes I need to evaluate knowledge. I cannot do it with a homework because I do not know. And also, it's not just Gen AI. I know many cases when students have co-repetitors, parents, and so on, and they're doing all the homeworks instead of them. So this is why, like, some tasks were more for creativity and doing. And if I really want to measure the knowledge, I'm using a different approach. I need to talk with the student. So it required more time for personal evaluation. But as always, I see, like, if there is something bad, you always can see the good side. So in this case, by talking with the students, we are building their communication skills. Because also in IT area, it's kind of a big challenge. Most of the students are introverts, and when you are trying to convince them to speak loudly, they are talking just for themselves and no one hears. So it helped a little bit because now sometimes we have activities, they are talking just with me, sometimes they are talking with the class and they have the discussion. So it just added, like, yeah, shifting, more complicated to arrange how to evaluate it, but it added additional competences to it. And also it added the transparency because in the, I'm doing in the university, but we have some activities related to third age universities and also with pupils. So especially pupils become more open because they are sharing, like, oh, I entered this and I got this result. So even being, I don't know, friendly to AI and allowing to use it, because now it seems like Gen AI tools are part of the life. Also, it opens the gate and you can communicate more freely. It's not just like, oh, I did it, I cannot tell you, because sometimes they even coming and saying like, you know, for this teacher, I did it with Gen AI and it's like this. So this is why like openness and transparency gives additional benefits in the class. And just like recommendations, because in the beginning I was assuming the majority of you will be like teachers and so on. So probably the most important from my point of view is explicitly explain where, how, what could be done with AI, and what are the places, for example, why I'm still asking the facts in the exam and so on. Because sometimes students are also very creative and they are saying, come on, in the job placement I always will be using tools. I never won't need to know the knowledge, when, how, and so on. So automatically you should have the answers like, yeah, but in some cases when you will be presenting something, you won't have the ChatGPT close to you and you should know at least the basics, what's behind it and so on. And I'm like, change a little bit how you see you as a teacher, as a professor. Like from my point of view, as I mentioned, now we are not just like, I need to speak, everyone should be doing as I told and so on. It should be more like designer, helper, as I mentioned, like I'm giving a service provider, you are taking, and I'm trying to adjust a little bit to each of you, but yeah, usually it's not so easy if the audience is kind of a bigger. And also, like, the beginning, because convincing other teachers in the university is complicated, we are saying, like, start from small. Just one assignment, one lecture, you will see what changes it brings. Maybe it will motivate you to go further. And also, one more thing is what works for one teacher, as I already mentioned, not necessarily will work for another. So don't try to add something foreign, like, oh, I will add this assignment to my. So my idea is, because sometimes we are responsible for the curriculum design and so on, you should be always thinking about what the course is about, what the lecture is about. So you should be knowing your learning outcomes, and based on those outcomes, you need to apply those tasks. It shouldn't be becoming, instead of mathematics, just how to use Gen AI and how to nicely draw images and so on. So the general idea what kind of a skills a student should gain should be still here. And yeah, just my takeaways, like from what I was talking, like AI is already here, so we cannot ban it, we cannot ignore it. Students are already using, but not necessarily efficiently. So the same as I mentioned with those search engines. And competences must be taught, not expected by default. So as I mentioned, if we expect they will be using it ethically, efficiently, we need to show them, not just say like, no, you are doing it wrong, do it differently. And in the end, if you will have any questions, you can ask now. If not, I added just my contact, so usually I'm open.
Which I hope you do have questions. We will open the floor to the questions right away. So if you feel like asking something, just raise your hand and we will bring you the microphone. And until you decided on your question, I would like to start with my own. You've made a quite convincing case for AI positivity in class, so that we should use it and be more transparent about it as opposed to ban it completely. But I assume a lot of teachers have arguments against it. What would be the strongest argument against the use of AI you've heard, and maybe you do not know yet entirely how to beat that argument?
The biggest argument, students will become dumb. They won't be thinking, they won't know anything, they will be using just tools. So yeah, with arguing, I have just one. And also, like, even sometimes we have like technologies will rule us, we won't be needed, and so on and so on. So for those two main ones, I'm saying, like, as all the technologies before haven't changed us. We are still creative, we are still responsible for the decision making. It won't change as well, just we cannot ignore it and we should adapt. And also one criticizing, like, okay, we have an issue because we have study programs related to programming. And some professors are saying like, oh, now programming won't be needed, we have all those tools. So they are creating code, they are creating systems, and we see some kind of a issue. Junior programmers are not so needed in market. Everyone expects you should be starting from like a higher level. So how? You graduated, you are a programmer, and no one needs you. So at least my vision is very similar to when there was sewing machines, like they were building. So yeah, I do not need to do it manually, but did the amount of employees decreased? No, it increased because the cost of it decreased, so the demand decreased, and automatically we needed even higher amount of those persons who are looking after those machines. So regarding junior, so I assume it just will change a little bit how we will call them. Because I was just joking, like in Lithuania previously there was like tester, like very clear software tester and so on. Now usually you won't find such a position. Now it's called quality assurance specialist. They do more or less the same, just a different title. So probably it will happen with the junior developers. They won't call it like this, they will call, I don't know, some kind of a wipe coders or something like this, but it still will be more or less the same with some different skills.
Yes, we do have a question coming right up to you.
Thank you, Simona. My name is Dmitry, and also as colleague of you. So I would like to ask you, from your point of view, what we have to assess when we have an exam with a student. So learning outcomes, or students' skills, or results of its work, and so on, so on. So what we have to assess, estimate or assess, knowledge assessment, yeah.
Yo, so as I mentioned, like at least I try to diversify it, because it very depends on the course, but let's say if the course is about object-oriented programming, so there is some part where I need to evaluate the knowledge. Do you know what is the object, how it differs for class and so on? So some small proportion, probably up to 10%, should be related to the knowledge itself. Like, can you use a proper terminology? Do you understand the principles and so on? But yeah, in this course, the skills are more important. So in this example, and also theoretically, because university sometimes is kind of strict, and they have some regulations, and they are saying the final exam should be at least 50%. I'm silently ignoring it and saying like, okay, we will do it a little bit differently. So I would say in most of the courses, more it should be oriented to the practical tasks rather than theory and knowledge, but still some portion should be dedicated to knowledge.
Okay, for example, hypothetical situation. What would you do if one student will bring you a grade, the excellent result of technical task, a solution, it works perfectly well, but she couldn't explain how it works inside. But of course, I checked her history of chat interaction, and it's her result with interaction, but no idea what inside the black box. So, and it was a dilemma for me what I should to set for her work at the final. The solution was much more perfect, the best one from the whole students group, but what theoretical knowledges are about zero. And what we should do at this situation?
Yeah, so in this case, I'm also from the practical side, I'm always selecting what will be the outcomes, expected outcomes of the course. And when I'm designing the course, I'm clearly thinking, like, for example, in the course, will the person will be just a programmer with no need of communication with the team? Probably no. They should be communicating. So automatically, if I have a programming course and I'm thinking about the task, I'm clearly defining, like, okay, 70% will be dedicated for the product and 30% for the documentation and communication. Why? And it's very important to students to explain why. Because you won't be working alone. You will be working with someone. You will need to provide your team lead what you did. You will need to sell to the client. Sometimes it's not necessary about do you understand the algorithm. Sometimes it's about selling what's the functionality and what are the limitations. So this is why, and there are some fails even in my history, like when I was just writing, okay, for the product, and students are saying, I don't know how it works, but I did it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I wrote, I will evaluate only the product. My fault. Next time I will update the curricula and I will say, okay, I'm evaluating not just product, I'm evaluating also your communication about the product.
Yeah, that's the point, because as I mentioned before, that situation, the practice is the best estimator what we have to do. And the point it was that it was the best work from the whole students group. And for me, it was really strange situation, because we have got about 70%, 30 for theoretical knowledge, 70 practical, and that was 10 for practical and 0 for theoretical. It's a 7. 7, it's a rather highest mark. Yeah, and for me, it was not very convenient situation to set a 7 for people who do not understand what inside.
But it sounds that somebody's really good prompt engineer.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I would like to see if we have any more. Yes, please. Can we have the mic over?
We'll continue it later.
But yes, as well, after this, we will have breakout rooms and coffee breaks and lunches. You will have all the day to discuss. Please.
Hello, Simona. Thank you very much. I'd like to clap and scream after all of your presentation slides, because all of these things are like I feel all of this information and your ideas are amazing. My question is, what do you think about the measurements of the results in the AI era? Maybe the measurement itself prevents people to include AI into their work flow efficiently, because it's contradict the idea of personal performance. It is collaborative by default.
Yeah, probably it depends, because also just a little bit close, first of all, about it. In our faculty, we have one teacher who is administrating a promise system. So the idea is, and probably some even of you collaborated, so the idea is he do not evaluate the code. The student enters the code, there are multiple tests with different input, and they are checking, do they pass all of it? And he was very proud, like, yeah, everyone should be using it. And I was like, no. Because sometimes you need to look in the code and understand what was in the head, how it was written and so on, not just to see what is the result. So if you talk about measurements like how to evaluate, like estimate the quality, how to meet those regulations, I usually tell to students, like in each of the case, you will be evaluated based on some metrics. So yeah, you should be following those, but no one stops you. You can add something extra. You can add creativity and so on. Because what I like in our university, we can add up to 1 point to the final score for the additional activities, performance, and so on. So this sometimes helps for some students to say like, yeah, I did this one. Maybe I could get extra points and so on. But also all those strict regulations and percentage, how much this one is worth and so on, I had some students in my career which were saying like, oh, for me, it's enough to get this one, and this one. Getting from 8 to 10, it's too expensive. I don't want to dedicate. For me, it will be enough, this one. And I kind of like this approach because they are oriented not on mark, on the experience and efficient time management. So everyone is adjusting, even in the situation with the code. If the person knows there is a defense, they also can train and talk with those LLMs to learn what the code does. So I still believe knowing clear guidelines based on what you will be evaluated, how your work will be measured, for most of the students helps to understand where to concentrate. But at the same time, yeah, it might kill some kind of a creativity. I don't like to do it like this. I want to do a different approach. So this is why what I do not try to take all the time from the student doing my task. I'm leaving some of the time for just do something close to it to get the additional mark.
Thank you.
I think we got one more and we will wrap up after that. As always, you can continue chatting, and in the break room, please go
Yeah.
ahead.
2 questions, Simon, and thank you for really great presentation. First question, have you considered building digital Simona twin that will, help students and the float your duties?
There are some experiments on it, but I'm not using those. I still believe what's my value, because you could read all those slides by yourself. You could ask all it by, I don't know, feed the slides and ask those questions, and you would get from LLM. What's my advantage? I at least try to think like personal touch and communication with each other. So this is why how I'm replacing those like digital, I'm just sharing all the slides, I'm doing broadcasting of my lectures, I'm recording it. So they have everything to upload to some LLMs and get assistant based on the settings, not just on my settings. But
And quick second question, as a parent, how do you see, like you spoke a lot about changing the education process, but how to enter the university, how the changes are expected in entering exams in this case?
And yeah, knowing Lithuanian education system, it won't change. It still will be the same. Because
but like your perception, imagining like transformation in AI era of entering exam, what pupils should be taught to comply with rules of university, or maybe rules of university should be changed? How you're seeing that like in the future?
yeah, now the admission to university is a little bit strange, because my supervisor was saying like, IT students do not get into university. Good IT students, because they are dedicating all the time for programming, working at night, and not paying attention to math, physics, Lithuanian language, and so on. So they do not have high grades, and they cannot enter university. They are just specialists attending some courses and so on. So we cannot change the system, because still, to be admitted, they are looking into different aspects, like what's the math, what's the physics, and all those marks. So this one probably won't be changed. But for foreign students, because for foreign non-EU students, we do some kind of interviews, and sometimes it's strange, because like there are some questions they are answering, and after answering, one student was like, oh shit, I made it incorrectly. And I see like how frustrated he is, but just based on how he was thinking, I was selecting the student, not on the knowledge. Because sometimes I'm asking some theoretical questions just to see, do they think, do they use some tool, but I'm evaluating not the answer itself, I'm evaluating how they are reacting. So if it's possible to do more relaxed admission, like and evaluate students' skills, not knowledge, it should be used. But in the university admission, government is not ready yet.
That's going to be a whole another topic for whole another conference, I think.
Yeah, but as always, like as I mentioned, when you know the rules, you have a really clear understanding. I need to pass this one on this level, so I will do it.
Yeah. All right, let's thank Simona once again. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you. And now we have our next speaker, Alexander Podhalyuzin, IT consultant and founder of Samolyot School. And I will be welcoming him today for a beautiful keynote with a topic that I absolutely love, which sounds like confident machines, careful humans. Please welcome.
Hello. I know it's slow. Yes, it's very slow. Okay, so that's beautifully crafted by AI slides, and I just wanted to start from kind of a joke, saying that okay, so now you see how we can do the work. Before we crafted presentation slides, and during this crafting we actually building understanding of what we are going to talk about. We try to understand the topic structure of the presentation, and the preparation of slides. It's not just a slides as a result, it's altogether slides and understanding of what you are going to talk about, as well as just full structure of the presentation. So but when you are using the generative AI, you are getting the slides in the minutes, and then it could be a problem during the presentation to actually do the presentation, because you just think, oh, what's this slide about? So I don't remember because this was generated. I hope it will not happen with me today, but let's try it. Anyway, so I'll stay with this slide for a bit longer. Why? Because today in the morning, walking with the dog, I thought what the message should be. Like, should it be more positive or more negative? And generally, I started to think that this is a conference about AI in education. We actually, in all the industries, we are getting, how to say, fundamental shift. It's a huge problems. Everybody is stressed out. Everywhere is the huge problems. And education is actually foundation of the future. So it means that in 50 years, what the ideas we are implementing today will change the humanity. And that's why I can be, how to say, funny. I can be funny a bit, but that's okay. But I should be not positive. Why? Because we are going through the dark times. And let me explain a bit. Because this is, I mean, you can think about dark times as something scary, something very, very dark. Let's call it like that. But like many years ago, because I'm working in engineering for 18 years, and we discussed a lot of things during these 18 years. And I worried because the company I worked for was, how to say, was focused on the development for applications for humans writing the code. And I worried, so what if algorithms will write code better than humans? What's happening right now? So I worried, so what will cause to the company I'm working for? And actually, the smart colleague told me that just don't care about that, because the time when the computer is able to write the programs, it's called technological singularity. And we do not know what will happen after. So, because when the machine is able to write the code, machines are actually able to do everything. And even worse, it's happening right now. Like last week, or 2 weeks ago, we had, not we, but China had a marathon of robots in the Beijing. And actually, it's already showed that the fastest robots are faster than people. So what this means, it's the robots are, so machines are getting muscles. And things are much worse in reality. So because people are building the military machines with AI on top of that, and this is a pretty scary thing. So what I'm saying, that these dark times is not only because it's scary, it's also because we cannot see future. We do not know what will happen. All we can is like we are going in the dark forest and we have just a lantern. We can just see what around us, and what we need is actually carefully go and try not to fall right here in this dark. So that's my point. And as I'm touched education as well and worked in IT a lot, so kind of I saw few industries and can explain. Probably my lantern may be just a bit brighter, and like if we go together, like few lanterns, so we will see few centimeters more, but not much more. So that's a pretty kind of bad thing. So that's why I'm calling it dark times. But it's not too scary, but saying that all we're trying to understand is just speculation. We cannot actually predict future. Future is unknown. We are in exponential growth of this AI stuff, and we do not know what will happen. So let's go to the topic straight. So that's saying about the engineering. And my idea for this talk was to say, engineering in fundamental shift, we have a lot of problems, and it could be reflected into the education, because engineers are actually able to build a lot of tools around what engineers are doing. So this could be very helpful, because engineers like one phase earlier in this shift. So what I can tell right now, we are in the problem because AI is building faster than we can understand. And that's exactly what we discussed in the previous, how to assess if it's already built, but person do not understand at all what's is built. And it's happening in engineering like every day. And it's kind of happened with me, to me. So I decided to build an experiment like 3 months ago. The idea was just to come to my team lead and say, okay, let me spend like $5,000 and I'll try to build a system which will be like 10 times faster in development, because I see that AI can build fast. And yeah, I actually built the system in 1 month. I actually spent this money, so I was able, success of spending money. But the problem is a bit different. So I mean, it's still slow. Problem is that I got in 1 month 100,000 lines of code. If to compare to, let's say, my best years of engineering, it's a bit less than 1 year of engineering in like a normal times, for me at least. And this is done in 1 month, so like 12 times faster. The problem is that as it was like 8 agents running in parallel with trying to, of course, a lot of safeguards, a lot of tests, and this was a perfect system. It worked well. It actually did complicated stuff and it worked well. But team cannot accept that, because team is requiring not only, I mean, that's also was in the previous conversation, that actually teams requires understanding. Team will never accept this code if somebody bring it without understanding, because and later we will see why. But this is actually correct way, and for me in this case, the understanding of these 100,000 would be more expensive than building from scratch from the beginning. That's why this spending of money was useless, actually useful, because we understood much more about how this works and what is needed in these kind of things. So it was useful, like useful lesson, but the work itself went nowhere. So that's an idea. So what's next? That's a pretty important point here, is about that now, and actually that's an interesting thing, that it's not a shift of AI. AI is just a multiplicator of things. It even before was a huge problem of people to understand things. So the good example is from my also university times. I'm a mathematical student, and usually professors just didn't care about exams at all in terms of the cheating, like, because everybody cheated. You're just coming, you're just rewriting the answers and coming to the professor to explain. But all the time, if you do not understand, the first thing, what this letter means, the professor just asks about like just one single letter in your proof of the theorem. If you do not understand, you will never explain. You will get just a bad mark and just go away from exam. So that's in mathematics, it was all the time, and nobody cared about cheating in these things. So what I want to say, nothing new here, from one hand, but AI can make it exponentially more complicated, and it can bring it to us in days or in minutes instead of the months of preparing to it. So what I want to say is that the whole software industry is actually in this burden. Especially that, speaking about the software industry, it's also a kind of like educational system. A lot of managers are evaluating for the results, but not for the understanding. That's why a lot of managers in IT systems, they are saying, okay, so you have an AI. AI is 10 times multiplier. Just use it and ship it faster. That is an incorrect way, because if developers, engineers has an urgency to ship something faster, they will do that without understanding, because managers requires, and that will lead the whole team, the whole companies, lots of companies into disaster. In reality, that's what's happening right now. And that's just not like an idea, it's a statistical fact. So for example, if you look for the statistics of number of CVEs is the security incident, not incidents, but more like issues in the software, which is found and it's published. So this is like a humanity found the way how to share publicly about some security problems. Its number increased, like for 3 years in a row, it's increased about double-digit % every year. And actually the two reasons for that, and I mean, if you let not me help you, if you chat with ChatGPT about this topic, ChatGPT will help you to like split statistically into those two reasons. So I don't need to prove that these numbers, you can find it. But this is the two reasons. One reason is that actually AI is very helpful in finding these CVs. So it's actually already increases number of CVs because AI is efficient in that. On the other hand, actually quality of the software goes down, and that's also the reality. If you verify from both sides, it's actually the truth. So that's, but yeah, you can think about the one specific case that this is but in reality, both are valuable and both adds something into this double digit. Also, you can consider that actually people started to write much more software. That's also correct, and that's also adds some into this number. But I'm not here for researching things, and we need to have a critical thinking. That's what I also want you to understand, that this is just number, just these numbers doesn't prove anything. So you just need to split and dig deeper into the topic. But I saying that, and I did this research for myself, it also means that decreasing of software quality, and that's because of AI. Another proof of decreasing software quality is outages. And just think about the outages. Is like 1 minute of outage on average costs for companies like $6,000 per minute. So on average, so it means that increase of number of these outages is a huge disaster for the business. And this is not only because of the external attacks or hackers or something like that. In most cases, it's just self-hosted problems. So, I mean, and this is, I mean, if you read the news, it's just increasing every day, and you can read. Of course, you know, sometimes you can just read, from February, it was like a news that the company lost millions of dollars on the stock market or something like that, just because of stupid mistake in the code. Okay, but that could be for, again, few reasons. One is AI, of course, AI generated this code, but another is like a missing guardrails inside of the, so like know that just general software engineering hygiene in a financial software, that's pretty stupid. So probably one of these two things happened. So again, AI is a multiplier. It's not just so if you have problems in your infrastructure, AI will increase these problems exponentially and very, very fast. So what we got? Lots of code, lots of changes. Software became as complex as possible. I mean, if you try to use AI or vibe code, you will see very fast that your software is very complicated already. And no more understanding, because our brains are still the same. We still need the same time to understand, and this is a problem. So what should we do? And what actually software engineering is burning, and that's happening right now, and we do not know actually what to do. We only suggesting what we can do. We understand that we are in very asymmetrical situation. I mean, especially that AI fast people are not, and we need to be somehow aligned, and we do not have these capabilities to be aligned. So we are in a symmetric position, also with hacking stuff and security. Finding the bugs and security issues with AI is much easier than building reliable software and defending software. That's why also we have another problem on the security side. So we are in a symmetrical position. And what we can actually do and what we think about, and we have a lot of tools happening and emerging on the market right now, it's a governance. Governance means that now AI, and it was a huge shift like many years ago with just software engineering, because before the Linus Torvalds and his Git systems, you just put your code somewhere and nobody knows who is responsible for this code, what's the history of the code. And that's what happened with the humans when humans started to build systems, and everybody knows who actually put this part of the code, what's the history, you can just check everything. So if failure happened for some reason, just go back, understand that, and fix it in the organizational level or technical level or something like that. So that's what we need with AI. Because nowadays, we just how we can do the development. We can just go to the Cloud Code or Codex or ChatGPT, just ask for the code, get this code, and pretend that this is ours code. And this is also a very bad situation, because we are kind of asking ourselves to take responsibility for this code with pressure from the management of being fast. So that means that now we cannot be too confident about this code, because we do not have enough time for understanding, and we need to be fast, but we need to ship it under our names. So that's a huge problem. So governance is something what we are shifting in the industry and trying to understand how to put into that, so that everybody knows what AI do, how AI do, and if something goes bad, just go back, understand the reason of what happened. Probably we didn't explain project and good enough for AI, for example, not enough context, or prompt is somehow incorrect, or something else. Just go back, understand the problem, go forward. That's how we got our flights safer than cars and everything, because we just retrospectively every plane crash, analyze, and move forward. That's what should be with AI in industry of software engineering. So I don't have a lot of time. So probably let's go to the education, because we are here for education. And that's what I want to say, that in speaking about the governance, that without governance, we just, probably before we could make like one mistake per day, and with governance and with AI, we can just multiply. We are now faster in producing mistakes as well. So that's a pretty scary thing, I would say. But with governance, we can scale engineering, because governance is exactly engineering. What is true software engineering is the processes, guardrails, and understanding of the systems. Yeah, so the education is next, and I said that I want to be serious, but just another funny story about the cheating and things when you do not understand things. That's from my childhood in the 5th grade English test. And I just was late a bit, came, and I see that, oh, this is some test, and this is important. So I just cheated, and because I didn't know English at all, so I just look at my the girl which sits beside, and just took her answers to my sheet. But after it happened that it was like intra-test. It wasn't a test for the mark or for the result. It was a test for actually choosing which group I should be stronger or simpler. And then the rest of the time in the school I spent in the strongest group, actually. And it was like a terrible idea. Like, never do that. So speaking about that, it's like using AI when you need to like give a fast answer. Just oh, I need a fast answer. Just let's do it. But you can end up in the strong group without the proper understanding. And as a result, after the school, I still didn't know English at all, and level probably was the same. So it's I can complain about both, about myself and about the education system of English, which is still not very well as in Lithuania and everywhere. But this is not the topic about. We are talking about AI. So what I want to say that all the industries is very similar in this level, and we can compare the things. The code, it's not a problem anymore. It's just like an answer for the question. It's just like a test where you're just choosing A, B, C. So it's very simple. This is the simple part. However, if we do not properly understand the code, we will see the huge bugs, problems, architectural problems, and unnecessary complexity in the code. And that's the same with the misunderstanding in the learning process, in the knowledge we are collecting. So that's the problem. Incidence is a critical situation when production software is not working. It's called here by me or by AI here, because we are together crafted this presentation, called like a learning failure. What I understand in the learning failure is more like we are learning for some purpose. We are becoming a professionals. So learning failure could be like, imagine that I became a doctor after learning for the medical studies, and if I failed in learning, I can fail then during the professional work, which can lead even to the bad things like a death of my patients, and that's a learning failure actually. So what I suggest is a governance pipeline as well as a learning governance. From the previous keynote, it was already some ideas what could be governance in the learning, and that's very practical. I'm more, so this, I do not have like practical suggestions. It's more like a philosophical or theoretical conversation in this presentation, but I hope that it's like as a foundation where to move in terms of AI in learning, and that's in terms of the practical suggestions. I suggest to think more about the governance, not about the controlling, not about the prohibiting, but more about understanding how AI used, where it's used, teaching of using it, making a standards of using it, and that's how we can keep moving forward slowly but not falling. So that's what I think. And that's the same as with coding. Learners, students, can produce answers faster than understand that, and it will end up in this stupid picture. I would say that this guy is sitting without a chair. That's because it was a fast generated AI picture where AI forgot to, AI still not very well understand the physical reality, so people cannot sit without a chair. So that's the results of these kind of things. And what also from the previous keynote we discussed that we have clear numbers. AI usage increased, students spend less effort, so they understand worse, but students are very confident in what they are answering. And that's actually also numbers. So like years from 18 to 22 or something like that has the least critical thinking capabilities nowadays. And this is what like a scientific research on top of that. So that's a problem actually. Critical thinking is what we need to somehow keep and save in our kids, students, and us as well. So, but detect understanding, still no. That's where we need to increase our effort in terms of learning. So, and that's another actually very, very important point, and this already was a discussion about the assessment, and it will happen the whole day. I believe the assessment is the most important problem right now. So we, like our systematic education is about producing answers, and we are easy to verify these answers, like a tests or something like that. But it's not a problem anymore. It's so easy, and AI can answer for us, but what is learning actually in this case? Now, learning and answering is kind of a symptom, but a symptom of us being smarter, of collecting knowledge, of knowing this knowledge. So now we just need to redefine the learning. Completely redefined, actually. So what is actual learning is. And I think that time is almost out. So I think, yeah, I already shared the foundation of what I wanted to tell. And actually, the main idea is more or less this one. So let's try to not to evaluate the answer. Let's try to evaluate the understanding. And that actually means more work for us, for teachers, for mentors. It means that we need to sit down and talk with students. We need to spend time for understanding, on building this understanding. And we don't need to optimize it. AI will do and produce all the stuff for us, and will do the economy for us. So we have time. Let's try to learn and keep building understanding in our heads. So never mind about the rest, and let's finalize and probably, yeah, so that's the more confident machines, the more careful we should be. So let's
yeah, that was one perfect slide to finish this presentation with, and one key takeaway that we need to have. Let's give a big round of applause for Alexander. And I think we're ready for one most pressing question in the audience, if we have one. Do we? We do not at this time. Keep that in mind. And also, if you feel like asking not directly, but you want to hear your answer, you can join the chat of the conference over there. It's on Telegram. If you don't have it, well, joke's on you, I guess. So you can post your questions there, and we will take a moment to respond to them. And now we're moving to our next panel. Alexander will be the moderator of this one, so we're not saying goodbye just yet. I invite you to take a seat. The panel is called AI in Education, From Potential to Practice. And to speak on the topic, I invite the practitioners, at least in the field of tech and in the field of education, some of you as well. So please welcome here Leonid Lozner, co-founder of EPAM. I'm not sure that you even need an introduction at this point. Yelena Dorogenskaya, founder of Unschooler. Please take a seat here with us. Mantas Vicius, CEO of eLyceus and the board member of EdTech Lithuania. Dmitry Samal, former director of School of Digital Competence. Please join us. And Alex Marmuzevich, data solution architect at EPAM. Please join us here on the stage. And now over to you, Alexander.
So, okay. Okay. So thank you for coming. I just want to, I have prepared 5 topics which is shared with you. So, and this is just like a warm-up. I already made a lot of controversial and discussable topics in my keynote, but also I will do it here right now. So, and that's where I will tell you some short, very, very short story, then question, and then most of the time is yours. So the first question, I want to say that that's one of the things I discussed in the keynote, like learning mean the accumulation of the domain knowledge, understanding, expertise, and AI made it commoditized. So like everybody can be a software engineer, everybody can be a doctor. So if you want to like self-diagnose yourself, just go to ChatGPT. I do not recommend, but you can. So what is learning now and what is professional now? So what is professional skill when AI knows much more than any of the professionals? So like now it's not for anybody who wants to answer, just ready to go.
I have more questions than answers, sincerely, but to pretend that I can answer at least some questions. First, I would like to know what is the purpose of learning now. And this is connected with what our students, or your students, guys, I'm not a professor, will do after graduation. And that's the biggest question for me now. My elder son is 25, my younger is 18, just a couple of days ago. So what they will do in a year, in 5 years? Big question. So some people say that education was invented just to keep teenagers out of troubles for some time when they're at school or at the university, and maybe this is really the main thing, not really to give them some knowledge, because the biggest teacher is life itself, but to keep them from troubles for some time at least, before they will become mature. So the biggest question is what we expect from my sons, our kids, our students, your students. And I share the opinion, it's not my opinion, I just share it, that the most important in the future, what will be, which is in scarcity in the future, which is basically some human features and human touch. So like was mentioned in Professor Simona presentation, teaching is probably will be considered, again I share this opinion, as teaching as a service, and in this case teacher or provider of teaching could provide something really scarce from humanity, which is for me motivation and emotions. So from my point of view, the biggest challenge, the biggest task for future faculty, future professors and teachers at school is to be more human than they are today. That's it from me for now.
So I have also my own answer for the Alexandra question, and maybe some bridge on topic that Leonid discussed. So in my opinion, professionals and teacher as the special case of professional is the carriage of context, and this context quite deep. When we go to the doctor, we expect to see the huge context knowledge about different cases, about the modern exploration of drugs, or even or different special cases of diseases. That is why we go to the doctor instead of go to the AI. And that is what a teacher also can do because teacher already have a lot of context, conversations with parents, conversations with children. They have a lot of different cases with different children, with problematic children, with maybe not problematic children, with some maybe some problems, or children with some very hard questions, very hard challenges, children who don't want to learn, who don't want to go to the school, and they handle the situation. And we want, as a parents, to go to such teacher who already have the huge experience to work. So the context and the amount of this context is the key difference between professional and not professional. And that is what AI will never actually can replace, because for now, at least at this time, and I guess in the nearest 5 years, AI will still, the main problem will be with AI is the context window. And this is what different researchers right now want to solve and improve this context window, but it is still not emotional. It is still lack of different context in culture, in countries, in different special this kind of moment, because AI cannot evaluate still our emotionals, our, I don't know, maybe some problems. It's just take some facts and can create some decisions. So my opinion is the professionals, they will be safe, and this is the main thing that will be safe in the new singularity with AI. Thank you.
Just a couple of words. Oh, I like it. I don't like to hear this sentence about context window, surprisingly. Yes, because it's a technical issue. Tomorrow you will have not 1 megabyte but 1 gigabyte of context. It's not an issue. Ability to collect more information, it's again not an issue in my opinion. Will be able AI to replace professional? Definitely. Not an issue. This year, maybe next year. So in my opinion, yes, everything is feasible. The question is, if we're talking about professional, can we identify what it means? Yes. In my opinion, it's not about context, right? It's not about knowledge, because for me, knowledge is just a book you can open and you can read it. The question is what you're going to find in the book, which book you should pick. So it's about experience, about ability to solve something. And if you're a professional, the same situation, by the way, with a doctor. Yes, I personally would rely on suggestion on some answers from ChatGPT instead of human doctor, because I can validate questions from ChatGPT asking in other systems, right? In the case of doctor, I should rely on his authority, and if I ask question, doctor can reply me that, who are you? You are not a doctor. You must follow my instructions. I faced with the same situation in the past. Yeah, it depends. Again, and here we see difference between professional and non-professional. Professional will explain you why, consequences, and give you another idea. So he has a skill and ability first to understand problem, second understand person, perception, and third find a way how to deliver idea, cure something else to you, right? This is a still tricky question, and teach AI to mock this behavior or to reproduce this behavior, it's still a question. But it's something what I cannot even, I don't know, formulate what is it about. This is, I tried to explain this by giving examples. Yes, in my opinion, professionals about ability to identify and solve problem. Still, for LLM, it's an issue because LLM cannot see, agent cannot see problem itself. Someone should point him, and someone should evaluate answers. Wow, too hard, but at least they tried.
See, it's good. Yeah, I would like also to add a few words. I'm absolutely agree with Alex and what he tried to explain. It's from my point of view, it's called like critical thinking, and as I guess, it should be the aim of the universities, what to develop, what to improve in students who are studying in university. Nevertheless, what kind of specialty, any specialty, but critical thinking is the core point what student should get when they will be graduated. But for schools, I guess the main result or main ability, not ability, but main skill of pupils should be the ability of reading books. It's simple. So from my point of view, it's the best result when school inspire children to read books, because right now they are spending their time in TikToks, short videos, and other maybe very light to get not activities, but any other ways of spending their time. But reading books, they improve their imagination. They improve the ability to build virtual worlds in their heads, and so on, so on, so on. So it should be the main ability, there should be a main skill, from my point of view, when the student out of school, graduate school. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to another question. I think that we didn't get an answer about this about what it's, but probably this is not intended actually, so it's more like just to ask the question and just to realize that we have this question about who is professional, so what the professional skills in the future, and we need to actually answer, and here we just see how complicated it is to get this answer. So another thing is and that's happening not the first time. So the first time, every time we have like some technological revolution, like internet, Google, and that's what already said about this, and now AI. So it's changing the way how people think and how people use the search of the knowledge, and that's kind of cognitive offloading, and I even called it like a cognitive offloading crisis, which made us hard to read books, including because TikTok is simpler, it's cognitively simpler. Reading books is much harder. And we know that younger students, as I mentioned already, from 17 to 25, show the highest dependence from AI and lowest critical thinking performance. And this is like a scientific numbers. It's not just an idea. So how educational systems should fix that? So that's a question. Yeah, I mean, let's open our imaginations. Try to. There is no correct answer. There is no wrong answer. Just let's try it. Can I? Of course. First.
So, in my opinion, why children prefer TikTok versus, for instance, book or something else? Because it gives them feeling, right? Emotion, something what they can consume in easiest way. So, if you will find another narcotic, would say, right? In this case, they will switch to something else. For instance, if you can find some profits from reading book, they will switch to book. But now it makes no sense. It's pointless. If you want to consume huge amount of information, you can use visual channels. You can use TikTok, just swap it, maybe get something, maybe not. But they are able to consume a huge amount of information in short period of time. We cannot.
Yeah. I would like to answer for the last remark. It's the same situation like fast food and fitness centers. The same situation again. You can get your pleasure from the fast and very pleasure food, but also you will need to start working on your body if you would like to be in a form and so on. It's in a shape. Sorry. So it's more. I assume that in 5, 10, 20 years there will be a period there, not fitness but smartness clubs, like something like this. Yeah, please. Yeah.
I would like to add to Dmitry's answer. After the first industrial revolution, we don't need our muscle, most of us, most of humanity, to earn for our living. But we still go to gyms. Why? Because first and second could be different for different people, but we want to be healthy and we want to impress other people. Yeah. So we need to create and sustain the culture of intellectual fitness, which is great for health. And I guess I'm the most seasoned person in this audience. So I like to joke that just solving mathematical puzzles is a good protection from Alzheimer's disease for me. So first, to be intellectually advanced is healthy. Second, I still could impress some people, hopefully. So we need to create such a culture, we adult people, and transfer it to our kids, to younger generations, that to be smart and be able to solve problem, to dig information, to do what most of us don't really need to do at our future jobs, but we need to do it to be healthy and to stay attractive.
Yeah, great word, culture. I actually the TikTok and other addiction problems is very complicated. I'm not sure I'm ready to discuss this, but I maybe want to discuss another part of question related to what we need to do with the education. We, as a startup, started working firstly with the conventional learning educational institutions, and then we switched to the corporate learning. And what we figured out by doing this is the education in corporate quite impressive. Different from the conventional. First of all, there is no such pressure of personal measurements of performance. You have usually you have the binary performance measurement, like you achieve the goal or you do not, and then you plan any other steps. Then the second thing is that it's almost absolutely do not require any kind of motivation. You motivated itself by your job, by your responsibilities, by your career growth, by any other things that drives you without any additional gamification out from the different kind of apps, different talking with someone. So it is driving inside by the design of the system. And this is what I personally believe, is that goal-oriented learning and self-directed learning, because of the goal-oriented outcomes, is that the conventional educational system can adopt, and actually with the emerging of AI, it can adopt faster and quickly because of the AI is right now collaborator. You can govern it. You can arguing with it. You can actually say something bad for it, but you will get the better result because of the collaboration. So this is maybe we can drive into some attention, draw some attention into this, because there is, I guess, some truth in this approach.
So I think that it's time for me to jump into the talk. Yeah, you know, I'm sitting here alone in a small island, thinking of Hawaii while you're speaking. But jokes aside, really interesting points, and on some regards, it is hard to even try to solve this wicked problem that you proposed. Yeah, how do we motivate students? How do we solve specific educational, so intertwined problems that cannot be so easily be deconstructed in a way? But when I was a teacher, teaching also in a private school, several things that I and my colleagues found that usually it is really hard to be, in the class, the teacher clown, let's say, for entertainment. You know, you're entertaining, you're spreading knowledge, and you're thinking that the students are, cherry picking each and every specific point that is catered to them, and being so fully understood that you're so happy. And after the lesson, you give self-realization, like a questionnaire, and you see 80%, let's say, Pareto principle. 80% of the students didn't understand probably anything, but they were entertained in a way. Yeah, they were entertained. So how do we face this whilst facing this big issue and big difficulty? What can we do? As mentioned previously by other speakers, there are several things that gamification can be onboarded. Yeah, teachers use Kahoot, teachers use different tools to, let's say, interact and make the lesson more interactable. But at the end of the day, these are just the ends that try to justify the means of students understanding something from the lesson in a way. But the main thing is, how do we continuously try to motivate the student, and how do we pique curiosity? Usually, when students, from most of the literature there is out there, when you spark a interest, a curiosity in a student, he himself becomes self-motivated. And for you, it's the only thing that you can do is just keep on giving him specific material that he needs to understand. Vygotsky had this, idea that we spread the nearest sphere of influence for the student, and we then give him a small challenge. We see if he can pass this barrier, then we give another challenge. And this is what we as teachers, as educators have to do. This is the same thing that was almost 100 years ago, the same idea. The only thing is, how do we not include too much let's say, outer, let's say, turmoil into the classroom, meaning limiting smartphones. This is a good idea. I think so, because students are so, anxious and anxiety-driven that if you ask them a harder question, then they, succumb to the difficulty. So if you don't give them the phone to get away from the problems, then you can try to, ask them additional questions, maybe leave them to their own devices, then circle back. So it's a hard challenge, and in the short amount of time, all of us won't give you the exact step-by-step, AI prompt, step-by-step guide of how to solve this difficult issue. But I think that there are several key things that we can do. First of all, try to see what logical gamification can work for the majority of the students that I have in the classroom, because the classroom is really diverse, because each and every student has its own difficulties and challenges. So how can I try to address the main, let's say, ballpoints of problems and then serve to the students? The other thing is trying to limit the specific technological use as much as possible when it isn't necessary. And the other thing is, while you find specific sparks of curiosity throughout the school year in some specific students, you have to try as a teacher to harness the ability for students. The main critical ability is for students to learn how to learn. This is the main thing. So if you can teach this, then everything else is solved, and other things is complementary for the student's progress, but not hindering his progress. So that's what I would add to the discussion a little bit.
new question came in mind based on your conversation, your monologue. So let's try to discuss new thing. So speaking about the AI, but not only AI. So in the companies, as I'm from software industry, I see it a lot. That people at the workplace have problems with quite a basic things. They do not have a standards how to communicate between each other, how to do the search, especially that if technology emerged after they already started their professional work. So they kind of skipped this during the school years or university years and just became a professional, and then Slack came to the industry, and they just do not know how to communicate properly or efficiently, and nobody actually explains, because it's a shame to go to somebody and try to learn how you're doing the basic things, how you're brushing your teeth. So you will not go. So it's something you needed to learn from the school. So the question is, and especially that AI is changing things, and it will just increase because we will not go at the workplace to each other, but how to give these fundamentals to kids and students so that in the professional level, they will have all the required capabilities to work in the groups. Because it's not only about AI itself and knowledge search, but also about the communication, like just the basic things. TikTok is definitely an answer, for sure. But I think that as we are speaking about the system education, so what we should include into the system education, educational systems, so on the systematic level we will get. But TikTok is something we cannot control. So this is.
TikTok is a way. TikTok is rather a tool how to deliver message, how to deliver idea and everything else, spread it across teenagers, for instance. But probably you asked about how to teach students, children to soft skills, right?
Yes, kind of. So it's including AI in this case.
Okay.
I'm afraid it's opposite things, AI and human interactions. Really, because for example, last year there was a shutdown in Portugal and France. Spain and Portugal. So I met my former students who lives right now in Portugal, and asked him what was the time there in Portugal. And he said that it was wonderful time. Everybody from their neighborhoods, they came outside, they meet each other. So it was great fiesta in the village, and everybody said that it would be wonderful if such days will be regular way repeated in the future, once per month, for example, and so on, so on, so on. So they have got no AI, no internet, no electricity, and they communicate to each other in several, celebrate, and so it was a fiesta, really. So it's AI, it's a opposite thing, because you see, from my point of view, in short future, it would be possible your personal AI assistant who will be like a tutor, who will be like a secretary, who will be like maybe, I don't know, best friend, and so on, so on, so on. Your assistant, your friend, and so on. It would be the problem, because most of younger people will be communicate more time with such personal assistants than other people, and so it will be a controversial situation when we are trying to teach them for interaction with humans and so on. So I don't have an answer for this question.
May I? You first. Oh, you first.
Just shortly to add, they were lucky in Spain and Portugal, but imagine the same thing here in Baltics. I've been living in Latvia for 5-6 recent years. You guys are in Vilnius and Lithuania. Just imagine, I guess it's pretty close cultures. Just imagine shut down here. It wouldn't be a fiesta. It would be a kind of disaster, I guess. Nobody will come out, especially in winter. Okay, it's not about AI. Back to the core of the question. I guess, again, it's about culture, and I would admire to see a culture of simultaneous competition and cooperation. I was lucky to share my desk at school with a friend, Alexander, and we were ultimate competitors and very good friends at the same time. I'm lucky that I spent 3 years sitting next to this guy. He taught me a lot of competition, and hopefully I taught a lot to him about cooperation. What I did in my life in serious extent due to these lessons of competition. And I wish the same to all students, all kids. Just to make some fun, some joke, I will tell you, I will try to be short. It was a high-level physics class in Minsk back then. It's 70s. it's ancient times. My friend Sasha regularly gave me physics puzzles, Olympiad level puzzles, and quite often after I suggested solution, he said, well, it's a good idea, but you made typical mistake. My school was right next to a bookstore, and one day I noticed a book called Difficult Physics Puzzles and Typical Mistakes in Solutions. I took the book from the bookshelves and promptly recognized that I already knew half of the book. So I bought it. It was like 1 ruble back then in Soviet times. And overnight, I read through the rest of the books. Next time, Sasha gave me the difficult puzzle. I took my time and next day said, you know, it's a great puzzle. And by the way, it's possible to make a typical mistake here. I never got another puzzle from this book from my friend. That's the level of cooperation and competition. And I wish the same for all students and kids. That's the solution from my point of view. Again, this is about the culture. And I admire this kind of culture.
Yeah, if I wasn't mistaken, the question sounds about what can the education system do for student engagement cooperation in regards to AI, probably, yeah?
For soft skills.
For soft skill development,
AI
yeah.
is now included in the soft skills.
Yeah, it is. So yesterday, I wanted to say recently, but it is recently and it was yesterday. Lithuania dropped its AI guidelines for the upcoming strategy, like what will we do as a country regards to innovation in AI. And one of the topics was using AI responsibly. So whilst we're talking about strategic things that the education system could do, or schools could do specifically, it is to use the AI responsibly in a way of teaching students how to use it responsibly whilst collaborating, whilst harnessing social skills. So I think that there are several things that we have to divide. One is the use of AI as a responsible tool for social development. The other thing is of using the classroom and all of the students in the classroom for them to collaborate and to talk to each other. Because the main thing is, as per students, as per teachers, it is not to look at the screen or talk with the screen, but is to see each and every student's smile and their emotions and their health, etc. So we have to use more project-based learning in the school. What do I mean by that? Students can use AI to fulfill specific tasks, but someone has to present the presentation, someone has to structure the work, who is going to do what. So there is leadership roles of one student leading, the others of delivering or delegating specific tasks. The other has to speak, the other has to do this and that. So there are many things that in the classroom the students can do, which harnesses their social ability to speak with each other, to collaborate, etc. But AI is the thing that can help them to fulfill the task as we use that in the classroom or in the workspace. So I think this is where we have to use more as teachers, as educators, the sense of trying to combine the students in small groups, maybe using more project-based learning for specific tasks, not only assessment, but for collaboration. So that's one of the things that can be more so included into the general education system with a bigger emphasis, because private schools do it more than public schools. But I think that public schools can learn from the experience of private schools like these and others. So that's my answer.
And I have pretty simple solution. We need to put a lot of efforts to create such AI that will do all routine work, and then we will throw away our phones, and TikTok will die, and then we will go to the endless fiesta. If to take this seriously, so I think like Elon Musk is not. I'm not a fan of this person, but he told a very good idea is that if you have a problem with some complex solution, don't afraid to throw away entirely something that is not needed right now, and do not like have a pity for something that was done already. Just throw away something and try to figure out how to do it completely differently without these obstacles. And I don't know any answer. So it's just the pitch to think more how we can change this deeply.
Yeah, actually, so kind of follow up to Mantas, because you just suggested a more practical solution, saying that you can actually test soft skills in the groups, and private schools are doing that, and public schools are not. So, or doing, but not in this at this level. So this means that probably it's expensive. So I mean that from the system level and educational level, it's all about money, and educational systems, it's all about money. So they need to spend a specific amount of time, money, and to be efficient. So is it scalable solution of doing this kind of practical things? So it's just a follow-up, but if anybody wants to answer to that as well. So
yeah, so maybe just a quick glimpse to the question. It is very expensive because you have to provide the necessary tools in each and every classroom to have these project-based learning availabilities. So meaning the students have to have, although maybe private computers or laptops or tablets, etc., for some specific tasks. The others need for experimentation specific chemical maybe elements, etc., depending on the topic that the students are doing the project or phenomenon-based learning in a way. So many schools lack the resources, and this is a crucial issue for any general education system trying to harness the available budget for specific endpoints to be achieved. achieved. But I think that some public schools, which I had the pleasure to meet while traveling with my own startup, to see it depends usually on the school headmasters and principals. If they have the foresight and the knowledge and the competency of trying to bring this new thing into each and every classroom or into their school, then the other things, let's say the budget, the money, the time, or the strategy is what follows, and it can be solved, but it takes strategic leadership, money, resource allocation, trying to make this a strategic endpoint for the school to be achieved. And if you have a strategy, you have an end goal, probably you will achieve it because you have a measurable thing you can go to, rather than saying, oh, this is a problem, we don't have money, and then again, we won't do it. So I think it depends a little bit on the finances, but lastly, it is strategic leadership of the school principal and how he builds the community of teachers and helpers around him to achieve that goal.
May I add a couple of words? Yes, in my opinion, it's not about money, right? Because at least from my practical point of view, I'm not a teacher, definitely, but I am IT specialist. And for me, if we're talking about project, we have enough resources to implement any type of project. We have AI, we can talk. All we need is mobile phone and maybe free access to ChatGPT, to DeepSeek, to any AI in the world to do whatever we want. We can experiment it with AI, it's easy. The question is, it's not allowed according to regulation, because our regulation expects from school special program agreed with something else, and not everyone allowed to switch to project-based education. And in my opinion, I agree that it's the best option to move forward and to elaborate any possible skills, because in a project, you must be very creative to deliver result. And I like this idea, but I think government is not ready.
I'll just quickly jump on that point. You are correct about the AI guidelines that are from the EU directive trying to be implemented to each and every country. Whilst I was working assisting the Ministry of Education of Lithuania for AI guidelines for principals in schools, we found out workarounds in a way between the gray lines of what can school principals implement in, let's say, with regards to AI in the classrooms with the teachers, for assessments, let's say, for project development, for, let's say, specific routine task elimination. So there are things that the schools can use with the guidelines that are recently prepared by the ministry and the work group. But later down the line, I think that because we are in EU, we're going to be, the belt is going to be tucked one way, the other way, the third way, and we'll have a corset. We'll be so bound and won't have any additional freedoms to explore. And this is where USA and let's say Asia and other countries are holding the front line. They're faster than us. So this is where I would agree that there are many things we could do as a union, but there are many things that probably won't be done, and that's the sad reality that we will live in. Yeah.
But it's not because of money, right?
Yeah,
it's because of restrictions.
Yes.
Artificial restrictions.
Okay, we have more time, yes? 15 minutes? No? No? Just probably last question for just a single sentence? Just last question and single sentence. But very controversial question, especially that you said that, okay, you can just use free ChatGPT or something like that. And there is such a people like Sam Altman together with Elon Musk. I'm also not very like these people, this kind of people, because they are promising something, but in reality it's different. So that's what I don't like in this case. So their promise is kind of that AI will fill the gaps between poor people and rich people, fill the gaps of something unequal in this reality. I feel very opposite. So what's your feeling? I mean, I feel like AI makes rich countries even richer, rich companies richer, rich people richer, and not only about that. So AI will increase the gap, not just decrease. So what do you feel? Do you agree with me, or you have an opposite opinion? Just one sentence.
I guess it's a great opportunity for the whole world. So anyway, where you are living, what country, you will have like an internet. You got the new environment where you can do anything that you want to do, and so on. So from my point of view, it's a new ability to make yourself.
I think that if we look into the past, every or most technologies invented had increased the gap between rich and poor. At the same time, every technology invented opened new niche for new countries, for new people, for new social lifts. So that's just how life goes.
Doesn't it? I'm vote for gap, right? It will be increased. Soon we will see a huge difference. Wasn't it cyberpunk or something like that? High tech, low life, something like that. So we will face with it. But will we survive after that? I'm not quite sure.
Last month, I paid for the bug reporting for the Indian guy who lived in such horrible place. I just Google a Google map and find his place that was in bank requisition, and it was awful. I have never thought that I will ever be able to pay for such people, and I'm happy to pay him. So I do not agree that it will be huge the gap. It can work differently, and I'm really happy to work with this Indian guy. And I believe this India success for the last several decades is like the proof of my point.
I would also say China, 1 billion people out of poverty from the 70s, yes, and technological giant. But one thing I will add, the sentence. I'm a staunch capitalist, I'll say this first. The second point is universal basic income, UBN, yeah? I think this will be a thing that will happen in the future because we will have so much productivity and so many things automated and processed that people can finally have the availability to do whatever they want and still get an income that they can live off. So I think that it's utopian, but I think it is possible, and many of the people you mentioned, they are thinking of the same. So I would agree.
All right, let's give another round of applause to our panelists. Yes, thank you so much for the insight. How have I transitioned from education to utopia? I'm not entirely sure, but I love it. So it's time for our last section before we go to lunch. And it's the pitches from a select few, four to be precise, edtech startups. And Manta, you should not be there right now. I invite you to take the center stage from your remote island. And you have 10 minutes to present us eLiceus, the startup that you do. So please.
Thank you so much. I almost forgot. You know, I went on. Is there a clicker by any chance? Okay, thank you so much. It says, okay, awesome. So I'll just do a rundown about what are we doing, what is Aliteus, or we call it Be Bright when we're going international. But we're doing a mathematical diagnostic or precision diagnostic platform which helps identify student learning gaps and then recommend them multi-model pathways to mastery. So what do we do and what's the problem, the initial problem that we are solving? So it's not a surprise and not a secret that students are falling behind and lacking in knowledge compared to their 2012 counterparts, or specifically in mathematics, students are falling 20 points lower than previously. And this is a huge problem. Whilst we're looking into regional schools or regional municipalities, the gap even widens even more. So how can one teacher try to address all of these problems when he has 30 students in the classroom with different specific needs and capabilities, for them to personalize their educational journey and give them the best things that they need for their own success? So this is what we thought about, and what we started developing in 2020 and 2020. So we are the pre-GPT era-esque startup. So what do? We first of all diagnose the students' knowledge in the first point. Then we personalize the content, all of the video lessons, etc., catered to that diagnostics test. And then we keep on improving. We give yearly 3 times a year big IRT science-based diagnostic adaptive tests, and then we continue on reassessing the student and being in that loop of giving specific diagnostics, pinpointing knowledge gaps, giving catered content, and doing the circle until the student gets and understands and gets everything that he needs. So about the diagnostics, so we see now that students on our platform, because it's from the 5th to 12th grade in Lithuanian curriculum, we see that on average an 8th grader in our platform has accumulated around 15 specific learning gaps. So based on our item response theory, on our adaptive testing, which is the first one in the Baltic states and one of the first in Europe, we can then in real time give catered content to the student for them to solve their issues. So after diagnostics, then we go to personalization. At the platform, our content creation team worked countless hours, more than 3 years on content development, and developed more than 12,000 exercises, and we're only in mathematics at this moment. Adaptive exercises, 1,000 quality video lessons, and many more things for the students to then get the content after the identification of the problems. And for the improvement part, so here's where we collect additional data about the students using our IRT testing, and then we give teachers the availability to understand what are the knowledge gaps, accumulated, aggregated knowledge gaps. How can the teacher use them in his own classroom to then even cater to the students faster, more responsibly, and targeted interventions. And we see that students in our platform achieve around, on average, a 30% increase in their results. So from what initially they said that they want to achieve, they achieve it in a short amount of time. Then we are working currently with more than 220 schools in Lithuania, and there is zero tracking work done by the teacher, because the platform does everything as necessary and how much needed. Then there is the other thing. In Kaunas City Municipality, we this school year launched the new IRT testing thing, which is the first one as of its in the Baltics, and more than 10,000 students were assessed, more than 1 million answers were gathered, and with the help of additional universities, we're then tackling these issues, gathering additional more data, and we're helping the municipality to make tangible, actionable results to be achieved in the school year that is happening. So the students are going to go in 2 months to the national exams, but we already assess them 2 times, and with this big IRT testing, and we see specific gaps of the students, give the content, and we see measurable outcomes between different age groups of how students improve. So it's still a work in progress of gathering this data, but we're the first to do it, so we're gathering it, and we're seeing improvements by the students. So why now? Post-pandemic future gives us a thing of where can we move forward. So the technological advancements of this IRT technology with psychometrics has been for a while. GMAT, SAT testing, etc. has been using a similarish methodology for their testing. We're then even making it more on steroids, as I would say, with the availability of AI and psychometrics to make it reasonable and to be one of the first in Europe to make strategic testing and adaptive testing, not standardized testing, a thing of the reality of today. About the tech stack that many governments and countries have, so many of them have the infrastructure of e-diaries, then content and practice, like, you know, platforms, but one that has IRT adaptive testing to measure students in real time, depending on their results and in dynamics with themselves in future. There isn't any tool to do so as of ours in the Baltics, and this is where we see a gap and on what we are capitalizing on at the moment. So we want to help schools, municipalities, and obviously the whole country to have concrete evidence-based solutions of how to achieve better results in that specific school, that specific municipality, for that specific student. So this is what we are doing. So, like in a short summary, you could say that we are building the diagnostic layer for Europe's education system that is missing. On the competitive landscape, I won't bother you, but we're on the right side of things, I would say. About who's building the platform, so we have people from Wix, GMAT testing, Udemy, Cornell University, our main core team that is working on the platform. We have more than additional 10 people that aren't included here who are the whole team working on this solution. We together achieved different results in a short amount of time whilst launching the platform in 2023-2024 school year. So it's only the 3rd school year of the platform's existence. And we started out being 20-ish, something like, you know, guys wanting to change the education system. Then we got our head of content curriculum, Vilija Dabrišene, who joined us on our endeavor, believed in us young first-year students in university that we could achieve things. And she joined the team without any pay. She even included 8 other teachers to join us on this. And we, you know, a year and a half we did like a project. It wasn't something that we thought will be scalable and become a company of that sort. But through rigorous testing, through having people who believed in us, and the solution was so needed in the market that other things came to fruition. We got an angel round, and everything else became history. We then moved forward and created the platform. And this year we got the acknowledgement for last year's achievement that we became the top 5 youth innovation in the world. So this was the first time in 23 years of the United Nations competition for youth innovation that Lithuania won the competition and was among the top 5. So this was a huge result for us because we knew that what are we building? It's a thing that is needed in the world. So this year's results, we have more than 40,000 students learning mathematics on our platform only in Lithuania. We also build an additional math learning game, which is free of charge for all of the students in Lithuania, working on a 3-year study, being backed by Google, and working on many things to continue on progressing education in Lithuania and beyond. So I would say if you want to follow our journey or ask me any questions, do so. Invite me on LinkedIn. I'm more than happy, although to share ideas and also collaborate on things, or maybe you'll find it interesting to invite me to another talk and to speak about some other interesting things. So that is all. Thank you so much. And yeah, any questions?
Thank you so much. We will reserve the questions for the lunch break because we would have a deeper conversation. That way you will be able to find Mantas in ChatGPT room on the second floor. So write down your questions. Don't forget to ask them. And now to our next pitch, which is coming from Sergey Popov. I invite you to the stage. And Sergey is going to be pitching Trade-in Trainer for us today.
And hello again. Right. So, what it's all about. Once we discussed, well, we had a brainstorming with one of my colleagues, trying to develop new financial education program for school students. And we talked with him about cryptocurrencies. And he said, well, we need to teach it like, you remember Dr. Aybalit? He says, не ходите, дети, в Африку гулять. So it should be like this. So don't go there. So the training must show that you shouldn't touch cryptocurrencies. It's dangerous. But then we found a guy, a young student. He said, "Well, I love crypto, and I learned it by myself. I made a lot of mistakes, and I want to share this experience." And well, we said, well, theory is a great thing, but the practice is much better, especially in such things as cryptocurrencies. So in schools, we already have financial literacy. We learn a bit of theory, concepts, mathematics, economics, but what we are missing is a practice. And school students who are interested, they are surrounded with this financial noise, all these cryptocurrencies buzz. Oh, I earned a huge amount of money trading on crypto stock exchange, etc. So they're getting interested, but they don't know what to do with this. The problem with the crypto is that, well, and stock exchange and other things, that you can't touch them. Well, firstly, as a child, you are not allowed to, and secondly, it's real money. So you have a good chance to lose money. And we built a sandbox, which is absolutely safe to do so. It's a link between a theory and the real world, where you can have real market data. It takes, for example, cryptocurrency rates from Binance once in 5 seconds. It has zero financial risk, and well, it's online. Students are active, engaged, so it's exciting. And simultaneously, it's educational. So you learn through this platform. But this is just a tool, but very powerful. You have different assets. You have cryptocurrencies, you have stock, you have forex, you have gold and oil. So you can play with different stuff, and this is all real market data. Another powerful tool is graphs. If you look at daily volatility of rates, it's chaotic. But if you zoom out, you can see there are some patterns, some logic behind, some cycles, etc. And it's all in there. What else? You can buy, sell, and that's like in real world with commissions, with everything. It's like a real trade on the market. what it develops. Students can learn about like what is like short trading versus long holding. What's the risk associated with the trading? Should we worry about volatilities or its normal behavior of the market? How do we make decision making in such a situation? And these are not only financial like skills, but these are life skills. What's for a teacher in there? Well, that's built for learning, for education. So teacher has the whole, number of tools to manage the process. So you create a course, you select assets that are available for students. You can see all the activities students do. You have a dashboard with all the results, so you can see who is winning, who is not. There are several scenarios you can play, starting with simple build your portfolio and explain what you included there and why. Horizon tests, like what if I actively trade and earn short-term trading gains versus long holding. So how it works. So for example, you invested on the 1st of September and see results on the 1st of June. So who will win in this case? And some other scenarios. On top of it, as I probably mentioned earlier, we developed a special educational course for cryptocurrencies, which also use the platform to give to provide students with real access to safe availability to fail. And this is a very important topic. They learn how to fail. So what it really all about is. Once again, it's safe environment, no real money, but real understanding. They learn to understand the trades. So it's available to try. I'll be on the 3rd floor during the break. If you're interested, we can go deeper and see how it works in reality. And you can try it yourself by following the QR code. You can try sell and buy currencies. You're given, I think, 10,000 euro credit for this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, the generous bonus here. So let's move on to our next speaker. I now invite to this stage Alexei Shevchuk to present his startup EduPilot. Organizational minute.
Hello, everyone. Будет презентация?
Click on this. And once more. Yes.
Okay, super. I would like to present. My name is Alexei Shevchuk. I'm in education more than 20 years, and I would like to present this project, EduPilot. Why we start with our team to build that? Because we want to give more free time for educators. Is statistic. We ask also many different teachers, and they give us feedback. Oh, okay, it's nice. Will be to get that solution. EduPilot, our project, helps beginner create expert level courses, a few minutes, and if you're expert, you can create it's 10 times faster. What we do, I think in the future, we need to use so this name, not teacher, not professors, all of them, it's educators, And future world will be of many different solo educators. And this is on solo course creators. This is our solution for whom we doing that. Solo course creators, they need to they have expertise, but need to do something better. That what I mean. We take the expertise, give that orchestra of AI agents. They work with your expertise and give you pedagogy, score, validate quality, and publish if you want to marketplace. Differentiation. ChatGPT or any other solution give you just AI. We can give you pedagogy. Right now we created walking MVP. As you see, it's walking. It's a workspace. You give some task for your AI agents. In the future years, every educators will get personal avatar, digital avatar, and it's the first stage of that idea. After that, you, with your knowledge, with your expertise, work in different AI agents, and after that you get some course with, as you see on the right side, pedagogic score. It's a pedagogical quality course, and every lesson with pedagogical quality. What's mean? AI agents give you advice. For example, you need to start a lesson from the hook to interested auditory from some interesting fact. And if you also personal methodology give you some advice. Please improve your hook because it's not very interesting. As you see, not many hours for preparing for classes, and teachers have more time with our system for creativity, for collaboration. That's everything what we discussed before with other speakers. Yeah? More free times for educators. And teachers have their personal workspace and their many different courses. You can share with another teachers, and also you can ask, what about quality of knowledge inside? When you share with other teachers, other teachers, for example, for biology, chemical, physics, check these lessons and give some feedback and verification. And every step of verification give more quality inside in the course, inside in the lessons, and less hallucination. Yeah, it's one of the biggest problem of any AI. It's hallucination. And if you want, you can share, you sell this course. So it's how it's working. That's all. If you want to pretest it, our MVP, you can ask our by this link, and we will share with you our solution.
Thank you, Alexei.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Alexei will be available in the Gemini room on the second floor over lunch, so you can direct your questions to Alexei as soon as you get there. And now to our final pitch for the day. Sergey, I invite you once more, and Anna Deish are presenting Educator for us right now.
You might be already bored seeing me on the scene, but I'm here again. Sorry for that. Yes. As you can see, we even don't have a logo for our new project because we were busy, developing it. So, what it's all about? The world is not the same as it was, 3 years ago when AI appeared. And it's changed, so everybody now using AI. And what about school? How schools use AI? Let's see. Typical school has one common problem. It's set up as, working classroom where we have one teacher and 30 students, and one size fits all. We know that it doesn't work well. So we have students who are bored because they're too good to listen the stuff for second and third time. We have students who falls behind because they didn't learn previous lessons, so they don't understand what it's all about. And teachers have no chance to teach each student on one-by-one approach. Simultaneously, at the same time, students are using AI. One way or another, higher class students, they use it to help them solve their home tasks, many used for translations, etc. But we don't know how they use it. It's not controllable, it's not visible, it's all somewhere. Such approach doesn't work well for education. So, our vision is that we have to introduce AI into schools, into education, but we need to give it the right role. So, we don't see as that AI will replace school completely, no, but it can empower teachers and to replace their work in certain areas. So, let's go back for a second. What AI is good at is in dialogues. Yeah, and that's what we want to delegate to AI. One-to-one tutoring, explaining concepts, asking questions, that's what LLMs are good at. So teacher remains as an orchestrator. It provides pedagogical logic, set up guidance, etc. AI is just a tool to deliver this message. And, that was our vision, and then we started realizing this vision into the platform that would be able to do so. And now I'm giving word to Anna, who will explain how does it work now when we, not finally developed, but in the process of developing it.
So let's see how it works. This is the student's interface. And this is not just a chat with a bot. It's a clear step-by-step lesson made by the teacher. The system guides the student through the material and helps them not just to receive an answer, but to understand the idea. For the student, this means undivided attention. The AI doesn't judge. It helps to find the rule step by step. A language is not a barrier anymore. It's just a setting. The teacher can create a lesson in English, and the student can complete it in any other language.
I just add a couple of words. That's really work amazing. And it also works for bilingual languages. So, for example, you are studying a Cambridge program in English, but English is not your first language, and you need some assistance in translation, some stuff, some words, and it does it perfectly.
And student can concentrate only on a subject, not on translation. Yeah.
Right. So, but this solution is not a silver bullet that solves all the problems of school problems. But it allows to reduce the time for understanding the concept. So instead of 45 minutes, the average time to spend in the system for the same, to get the same knowledge and skills is about twice less, so about 20 minutes. But it won't. Students learning on this platform need motivation. Yeah, and this is something we actually discussed here. This is something which the teacher can and should deliver to give motivation and sense of learning, sense of education. The platform doesn't replace socialization. Yeah, we need to go to school to work on projects, to talk to other students, teachers, etc. And of course, it doesn't replace hands-on physical activities, which are also available at schools. So, what it could be useful for? Smart homeworks, not just do the exercise 1, 2, 3. No, if a student didn't understand, for example, the concept, AI could, extensively and for a long time explain it from one side for another. Remedial support for those who fall behind. It could be a good opportunity to, restore the knowledge. Deep dives for advanced students. So go somewhere beyond the standard curriculum, because otherwise they're becoming bored. Bilingual, as I mentioned, very powerful tool for this. What about teachers? What they get?
For the teacher, it's not a black box. It's a clear tool that perfectly follows your instructions. Teachers can create lessons, tests, courses, programs. They manage groups and classes. Now, in a regular class, the teacher sees only a final result of students' work. Here we can see the whole learning process. We can see how students think. Every lesson ends with reflection. We don't teach only facts, but we teach students how to think and how to understand their learning.
Just another couple of words about reflection. So they ask, how do they feel about the lesson? What did they learn? So this is something, this is a time for them to go back to their feelings and reflect on what happened during the lesson. Where we are in a competitive landscape. There are a lot of AI chatbots already, but they miss structure. So you can ask ChatGPT, teach me this subject, and it will provide you with some lessons. But it's unstructured and not under teacher's control. AI tutors, they are smarter, but still there is no physical teacher involvement. Traditional LMS, they have teacher involvement, but they don't have dialogue with the students. So they educate, it combines all these three aspects into one platform.
And it's not just an idea, it's already live. We are already using this platform in our classrooms with real teachers and real students, and we are getting lots of positive feedback from both.
And I have to admit that our teachers are getting more and more excited about this platform. We are actively developing UI, fixing bugs, building new features. So we are inviting you to become a part of the product. You have a great opportunity now to be involved and make this product even better. and we invite schools and teachers to join the platform, to become our first users and get all the advantages that the platform provides. And again, it's not just a presentation. This is a practical tool. You can follow QR code, and there are 3 lessons on a different subjects that are waiting for you. They're specifically created for adults, so they're shorter in time and easier to understand. Yeah. So here we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all 4 of our startups. And now I want to congratulate you. This half marathon of content is over, and we have a lunch break. Quick logistics for the lunch break that we have. As we've already mentioned, the startups are going to be allocated to the rooms named after chatbots, of course. So eLiceus is going to be in ChatGPT room, 2nd floor. EduPilot is going to be in Gemini room, 2nd floor. And Trading Trainer and Educator is going to be in Claude room, 3rd floor. The rest of you are invited to enjoy lunch. Our main lunchroom is on the 2nd floor, the center room. You would probably not miss it for anything. So I suggest you go upstairs, have a chat, recharge, and come back here at 2 p.m. We will start with Tom Sherrington and the keynote on potential inclusivity issues when using AI in education. I would wait for you here at 2 p.m. Thank you. with our next keynote, which deals with the question of whether AI fits into inclusive instructional teaching that we have now. Please wrap up the conversations or save them for later, grab a cup of coffee, and join us on the main stage in 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay. All right, to whoever survived to this part of our panels today, congratulations and thank you for staying with us. I am now welcoming our next keynote, which is happening over a Zoom call, and this one is going to deal with the question of does AI fit into a vision of inclusive instructional teaching based on our understanding of how students actually learn. And I welcome here with you Tom Sherrington, a head teacher with over 30 years of experience in schools, the author of Learning Rainforest, and the person behind walkthrust.co.uk, a resource that a lot of you probably know very well if you're a teacher and educator. So the question for us today, does AI actually fit into this inclusive vision of AI in schools or not? So please help me welcome Tom here with us. And Tom, over to you.
Please tell me if you can't at any point, but I'm dialing in from London. It's a real pleasure to be talking to you in Vilnius, and I hope you've had a good day so far. Yeah, so I mean, when I was approached to talk to you, theme, I was very quick to say, do is with teachers where we're talking about how we involve. Oh, sorry, I just clicked something to make that better. How we make sure that whenever we're in a classroom in front of students, we are making sure they're absolutely all involved, thinking, and how the teacher notices. And I think there are some things to consider when we are teaching a class of 25, 30 students, depends how big your classes are. None of the children matter less than anybody else, do they? I mean, I think that's an important thing to just state. In fact, they all matter equally, and you'll have to teach all of them. And let's say some of them know a lot more than the others. Let's say some children find learning much more difficult than others. You still have to teach them exactly with the same intensity as the students who are going to achieve at a high level. And yet when you watch a lot of lessons, I've recently been in, say since Christmas, I've been to schools in Australia, all over the UK, in Sweden, and other places as well. And I see the same things everywhere I go, which is that sometimes teachers are not teaching as if everybody matters. Because they let people call out answers, they let boys dominate. It's a very common thing to see, that the girls are much less vocal in the lessons than boys, and boys are allowed to call out and shout out. It's not always exactly along those lines, but as a broad issue, unless you control the classroom well, boys tend to get more voice. Men do it as well in training sessions, that men often think their ideas matter more, so they put their hand up to voice them, and they often know more than anybody else does. It's just that they feel confident to put their hand up. And unless the person running the session is orchestrating the room and saying, let's hear from you, let's hear from you, let me invite people to participate, certain people dominate. And you see that so often. So we have to first agree that that's not okay. We have to first recognize that if we're talking about inclusion, we have to actually believe that our actions and the way we run the room need to back that up. We need to actually deliver teaching so that it's clear that every voice does matter and that every child can participate. And so that intention needs to be in your head first. Before you can really talk about teaching inclusively, you have to actually want to. You have to believe in it. You have to actually want to see that as a purpose for everything else. And one of the things that you always think then is when you're teaching multiple people at the same time, you can't always see what's happening in their head, but you need to understand what might be happening. And so in a lot of the training I do, we look at this diagram here. For some reason, the sizing of the slides keeps changing. Anyway, we'll do this. So here's a memory model we use in all the books that we have, the walkthroughs books, and all our training we do with schools. We always start looking at a simplified model of learning, which is derived from various sources from cognitive science. And we explore, what are some of the reasons why learning fails? Why might a child in your classroom not learn something? And this is where the AI thing will come in a minute, but I think we have to understand what happens in a classroom normally first. So just to go around those labels, that attention is one of the main things. So if you don't need to focus your attention because other people are giving the answers, for example, or because you can copy off your neighbour and just borrow from them. So if you don't need to focus attention, if you don't expect to be asked, you tend not to think you need to focus your attention as much. If the room is full of behaviour issues, other children are the biggest source of distraction to other students. So if you allow your students to talk to each other whilst you're talking, or if you make them face each other so they can constantly look in each other's eyes rather than looking at what you're trying to present to them, all those sorts of things. Attention is huge. Attention is also exacerbated if you don't know what's being said. So lack of prior knowledge is an issue. If you don't know, if you're trying to teach something to children at a level above where they are, they can't follow what you're saying. So they don't know, they don't build because the knowledge that they're supposed to build on isn't there. If you say too much at once or provide too much information at once, it can be overloading. So memory overload is a huge issue. We have to piece knowledge together slowly, piece by piece. And if we give too much at once, a lot of it is just filtered out. It becomes noise and we don't know what's happening. Fluency. So sometimes children don't get to practice something. They know it, they see it, they've heard it, but they don't get to practice it themselves, so they don't know how to generate the idea. So for example, I could watch you solve a maths problem and maybe do one exactly like you've just shown me. But if you move on too quickly to do some other types of maths problem, I might forget how to do that very quickly, like even within 20 minutes, it's already happened. Or if you explain a word to me, what does a word mean? But I don't get to use that word, I might forget very quickly what you just explained because I didn't practice it. So fluency needs repetition. It means lots of generative work, which I'm going to say a bit more about in a minute. And the last thing, this is a big AI risk, is task completion as a poor proxy for learning. So if you're very strongly focused on producing something, a product of learning, rather than thinking, you can think people have done something, but actually they don't really understand it because they didn't have to think very hard. So all of these are issues in any lesson. So even within a normal sort of analog lesson with nothing digital available, no resources, just you and the class. In that class, every child, you need to be thinking about a few things. Now, it's a lot to think about. So I tend to summarize it in this very simple format here, which is everybody thinking? That's the first thing. Is everyone thinking? Is my number one question. So how do I know that? Am I even expecting them to think? If you let people put their hand up and call out, you are basically denying other children the opportunity to think, and therefore you can't really you don't really care enough about their learning, I would say. So if you have a lesson where literally people can call out the answers and you don't say, no, stop that, I'm going to select people. Or if you only ever take the answers from the same 8 or 10 students, the other 10 or 15 don't get enough thinking time. So you're not really teaching them in the same way because you don't ask them to participate. Making meaning. How do I know if it's made sense? How do I know if the students have connected the knowledge? Well, I need to find out. They need to show me. But they have to show me in a way which has required their thinking. If they show me by copying the book down, like, for example, some teachers say, here's it on the board, get this down in your notes, and the teacher's checking, there's a record in their book of the material which they gave them, then that doesn't mean they've understood it. They've just transferred it from the book from the board to the book, or from the computer to their book. So we have to make sure that when we're checking understanding, that we're revealing the understanding of the student, not some product they've made, which could have had all kinds of assistance. And finally, practice. Are they all practicing? And what kind of practice is that? So there's lots of things we need to be thinking about. And who has to be doing this? Everybody does. So inclusive teaching means literally, systematically, every single student has to do all of those things in order for them to learn. And if we're cutting some children out because we don't require them to think very hard, or we don't give them a chance to practice, or we don't find out whether they've made sense of what we've explained, then we're not really teaching them fully. We're just hoping they're learning whilst other people are learning, but we're not really ensuring that they are. And that's quite an important thing to think about. So let's have a think about where the AI then comes into this. How does AI come into it? Well, I've made a bit of a joke, so I don't know how this will translate to you guys, but this is in the UK, when we have April Fool's Day, we always put out a walkthrough, and this is mine. You could take this or leave it. So this is a joke, okay? So I'm going to say that really up front in case anyone doesn't understand this. This is supposed to be a joke, but this is my AI joke. So for a start, it says, teach like your intelligence is artificial. So it's like, and it imagines this sort of doom scenario. So the first step is, prompt your AI to write a great curriculum. And it suggests underneath things like, a prompt could be, please write a great curriculum. So you just get the AI to write you a great curriculum, whatever that is. And then it says, use an AI voice bot to deliver your content, so you don't even have to deliver the lesson. And then it says, train your students to prompt their AI to complete the tasks. So your AI has written the lessons, the student's AI has completed all the tasks. Send your assignments to an AI assessment tool, so the AI assesses all the work, so you have no idea what that was. And then it says, relax deep in the knowledge void you have created. So this is obviously a joke, but that is the kind of horror scenario, isn't it? That the teacher stops thinking very hard about what they're doing because the AI helps them. The students don't think very hard because the AI does the work, and it's just a circle of increasing ignorance. So obviously that's a joke, but what can happen? So I was doing some research into this and thinking I need to say something about AI, and I was interested in finding out a couple of things. But this is literally some of my explorations about AI. So I actually asked ChatGPT to tell me what are some of the issues that are presented. So my prompt question was, you know, what is the latest research about the effect of AI on independent thinking? So it came up with 6 things. I didn't ask it to come up with 6 things. It came up. Going to go through them, but it came up with 6 things. So it organized the thinking. So that the AI tool presented with this thing of exploring the research base around the impact of artificial intelligence on independent thinking. It came up with 6 things. So this is an important point. I have done no thinking in producing this categorization. I've just received it from my computer. So I'm now having to engage with it sort of secondhand. I've not seen any of the original material. I'm relying on the AI to present that in an organized way to me, and I have to sort of trust it because I don't know enough about this to challenge it. So the first thing it says is consistent. This is a consistent link in the research. More AI use means weaker independent thinking. So in plain terms, people using AI heavily tend to think less deeply. So that, you know, that's a concern, right? So if thinking is the cornerstone of learning. So we're going back to this memory model. To think means we have to connect our knowledge to new information and make connections and actively do that. If the AI is reducing thinking, that's got to be a concern. And who is going to suffer the most from that? It's going to be the children who find the learning hardest, because they already find learning hard because of their opted out of the thinking. And if you exacerbate that by them having excessive use of AI to do their thinking for them, that's going to be a problem. We have to be concerned about that. So it seems to me the most important question about AI is this: does it get in the way of students doing their own thinking? And if that's true, that we have to be very careful. The use it or lose it effect. And this is again the ChatGPT thing. It says here, a growing concern about long-term skill erosion. Offloading thinking can reduce memory and brain activation and lose previously developed skills, while younger learners may never fully build them. So skills that aren't regularly exercised weaken over time. So of course, you may already have students who are quite highly functioning, but they're going to get worse at things rather than better because they're not using their own thinking. And this is applied to me. So I'm sort of trying to suggest as a slightly meta thing. As a learner, as a person studying this field, I've done no thinking in producing this list. None. I've just received it. And it's interesting, and I can read it, and I can understand what it's saying. But I didn't have to produce any of it. I didn't have to organize the categories. I didn't have to summarize it. I didn't have to read anything from the original sources and produce any kind of overview. I've just been given it on a plate in a summarized form right from the beginning. The other things it tells me, number 3 and 4, a delegation loop. One of the strongest emerging concerns about long-term independence is this delegation feedback loop, which means as AI gets better, people delegate more. As people delegate more, their thinking capacity weakens. And as capacity weakens, they rely on it even more. So in other words, we get this reliance loop. If I start doing this type of thing all the time, I'm going to get more and more disengaged from the original research. I might not even ever read anything because I don't need to. I'm just going to go to AI every time. And so I don't even know what's real anymore because all I ever read are summaries of summaries of summaries. And I've got nothing to do it, to compare it to. So I've got to be careful about the authenticity and the validity of my own knowledge base. But I'm a conscientious learner. I'm keen. What if I was 15 and I didn't really care about it at all? I can do it because it's easy. And if we're setting tasks which say go and find anything out, and I don't have to do any thinking at all, we're just creating these delegation loops which will get worse. And by the students go to university, they'll be like, they won't know how to function without AI. Imagine that. And that would be an absurd position, isn't it? Where you literally can no longer actually study without it because you don't know how to. Less curiosity, less explanation, cognitive inertia. In other words, weaker thinking but narrower thinking, because you're limited to this. Now, this is a very negative thing. I mean, sometimes AI might suggest things that you never would have thought of, and you might think that's a positive. But there's a risk that it doesn't, that you don't try to think outside of the loops, you just self-generate because you You work within what you keep being given, and that becomes narrower. And the last two categories, trust in AI reduces critical evaluation. So if we always assume what we're given is true, then we stop challenging it. We treat the AI like it's an expert rather than a tool to develop our own expertise. So we stop checking. We basically stop checking. We just assume that what I'm being told here is true. And finally, AI dependence, this idea like low academic performance, reduced independent effort. There's emerging evidence around addiction. Now, in a very meta way, I don't even know if any of this is true. I mean, I've been told this. So these are these 6 categories generated by ChatGPT. If I'm going to be a critical thinker, I would need to maybe search it on a different base or go to some of these original sources, which are cited, to be fair, and then verify that. But what's happened here is an example of a learning process, which is my learning process about AI, and I'm subservient to it because I don't have enough knowledge already to challenge it. Now, just to give you another example of something I do know something about, so I asked ChatGPT, and this is like a thing which happened, I did it last weekend, and I did it on my phone, and I do pay for ChatGPT. It costs, I pay like £6 a month, so not for £20 a month. But I asked it, what's the Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect? And it had given me some other thing about something else. I said, no, it's the Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect. And literally, you're talking about the Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect, not her music. I was thinking, what do you mean her music? And they're giving this pictures of the singer from Iceland, Bjork. The Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect is a concept from cognitive psychology named after Bjork because of how distinctive her name and identity are. The core idea. When something is highly distinctive or unusual, it doesn't need repeating. So, for example, Bjork and Bjork attended the event is pointless. John and John attended the event is not redundant because there might be 2 Johns. This is absolute garbage. Bjork and Bjork are Robert and Elizabeth Bjork, who are famous cognitive scientists who have done some work on the redundancy effect. And the ChatGPT has not thought, Bjork and Bjork are those people, let me go and find out. It's just gone straight to this thing and made up this entire thing about Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect being named after the singer. It's absolutely made up. It's totally made up. So I said, you are hallucinating. Robert and Elizabeth Bjork. You're right to call that out. So ChatGPT is ridiculously humble when it's made a mistake. It just says, you are correct, I have made a mistake. I mixed that up. The Bjork and Bjork redundancy effect tied to the singer is not a real concept, whereas the page before it told me it was. What you're actually referring to is the work of Robert and Elizabeth Bjork and Elizabeth Bjork, who study how learning, and of course I was. Now, because I know about this, I could tell that this was absolutely ridiculous. But I had to have the knowledge in the first place to check it. Now, a student who is a vulnerable learner in your class, in your school, set a task using AI, or not set to use AI, but having AI at home and which using to study or in class to study or whatever, without the knowledge to verify, is vulnerable to all of this nonsense. The AI, and other people have said to me they've tried to recreate this, but they have got the more expensive ChatGPT, or they ask the question slightly better. Fine. I was just trying to emulate a student going onto a ChatGPT thing they have, asking a reasonable question and redirecting it slightly, and it has hallucinated for me. Now, that to me is scary, isn't it? So you have to be thinking, this isn't just, this is quite serious, because we have to always be thinking, how is it going to work? So I'll show you another couple of examples where I think, some ways where it can work. So one of my training activities in schools is to talk about how do we make everybody think. And I use an example. The example I give is just to give a bit of a curriculum example. The walkthrough for this is, activate prior knowledge. You have to stimulate some prior thinking, stimulate schema building, which means build on what you've shown people explicitly. Systematically involve all students, which means they all have to be included, and so on. So I often use a story of bees, honeybee pollination, and I like to use that as an example of some curriculum. Now I think What if a child has never seen bees? Well, a simple AI thing. AI is quite useful for searching, and I just Googled. I used ChatGPT. Show me video of bees pollinating flowers, and it came with this beautiful video. Here is a great video showing bees, and it's like, this is brilliant, and like, I'm well into this. So I'm showing the video of the, rather than my static photograph here, I've got this video which I didn't have to search for. It's actually really good. So as a search tool for the thing you want, of course, AI can be very strong. Then we have to get into learning the terminology. So I've got this diagram, and I try to get people to learn it. The idea is to tell the story of how bees pollinate flowers. That's the language in English that we would use to describe it. And the goal is to be able to describe pollination without any of those labels. So you have to label it. Now, unless you get students to think, they're in a classroom, which is an analog classroom and no data. What you do is you rehearse the story. You get everyone in the class in pairs talking to be inclusive. Partner A, partner B, everyone is in a pair. Each student takes it in turns to tell the story of pollination to their partner after having watched a video and had the teacher explain it. So they know it already, they're practicing it. Every student is rehearsing all the words. And then they see if they can do it without the words. So they're rehearsing. This is an organic, no-tech version. So that is a good process because every child has to think, they have to see if they've made sense of the ideas, they're rehearsing using the words, and they're finding out, I forgot to say anther, what is it again? And they check, they can feed back to themselves and improve. Now, if you don't do that, if you just say, I want a task, let's say, here we go, make a poster showing how bees support pollination and are vital to the ecosystem for a 15-year-old. So let's say you put that in to ChatGPT, that's what it made. Here's the poster. It looks superficially impressive. Imagine if a child produced that and handed it to you. It's actually really low level. There's virtually no science in there whatsoever. It's not a good poster, but you need to know that. A child might be thinking, oh, that's cool. They're not going to learn much about bees. There's a few little facts in there, but of course they didn't even make it. So we've got this huge risk of task completion being totally destroyed by AI. Because if you get children to make it with computers or at home, the AI can do all of that graphic design and content arrangement with zero thinking from the student, like none whatsoever. They won't have learned anything at all. So if we give any value to that, education is in a big disastrous area. Children who are vulnerable are thinking, oh, I've got AI to make me this thing. It's not even very good. I tried to make it better. I said, please include more biology, including reproductive parts of the flowers, and the ideas behind sex. But I needed to know that as a summative prompt. So the second version I got is better. It's much more thorough. But I still haven't generated anything from this. I've not made any connections. I've just produced something. So this, I think AI is a very big problem if we give any value to it for task, for products, for task completion. It just cannot happen. Children are not going to learn anything. You're much better off saying, talk in your pair, verbalize it. Can you explain pollination? Can you now explain it with no labels and get them thinking and using terminology? So it has to be very organic, in the room, using talk, or absolutely no technology. Because if they can use technology and access AI, they will cut out the thinking, and that's just a disaster. These things look good, but they are trash. They are the trash of future school. And we have to be so careful of it. And generative learning I've mentioned a couple of times, and I'll not have time to go into it, but if you don't know about it, you should read the work of Fiorella and Meyer. And they talk about learning as a generative activity. It's a very powerful idea, and we need to get children to produce things from their working memory, from their long-term memory. And there are lots of things they can do. They suggest 8 things. So, for example, in this one, summarizing and mapping. So the students have to do the summarizing. This AI summarizing cuts out the generative aspect. The students need to produce their own summary using a source. So let's say they studied that for a while, and then they'd have to have a blank page and decide to summarize it. At least that's generative. So you could use AI resources as a stimulus for generative recall later, maybe. Mapping, like organizing knowledge into maps, generates it. Doing the drawing, imagining, self-testing. Now I'm going to come to self-testing very briefly. And finally, self-explaining, like can I explain it in my head? Can I teach someone else? Could I teach someone else about pollination? And acting is where you have some studies around like physicality being involved in the movement. So generative learning is so important. The students need to use what they know to produce something. And if they've offloaded that to an AI, they won't learn anything. That is such a fundamental idea. And as always, the students who suffer the most are the ones who already find the learning hardest. Last thing I'll say is this. You can use AI, like for example, to consider a question. So for a feedback. So here's a loop where AI might be helpful. So here's a discussion. What will be the key consequences for the ecosystem if bee populations continue to decline? So that's the question you've posed. And imagine a student has written this. Now you can't read it all quickly in this session, but it's quite low level. So this is deliberately designed to be low level. If all the bees go away, then everything starts going wrong really fast. Bees are the ones who help flowers make more flowers, and fruits and vegetables too. They carry this yellow dust called pollen from one flower to another, and this is the tone. And what I've tried to see is can ChatGPT, for example, give feedback on that? And it can. So students could produce that essay, drop it into ChatGPT, and they get quite nice feedback. So an AI can give them feedback and say, look, avoid generalizing. So instead of saying everything starts going wrong, you can say this is too extreme. It says, try to say more realistic, like reduced food rather than total starvation. Which is a great bit of feedback. Improve scientific accuracy. Instead of saying yellow dust, try to say pollen, male cells, pollination, fertilization. It gives them some feedback about the terms. Balance emotion with explanation. So it says your writing is very dramatic, which makes it interesting, but sometimes it just needs an explanation. Aim to explain how things happen, not just what might happen, and so on. So it's actually quite good. So I'd say of all the things I've explored for this, the use of AI to give feedback, which the teacher might not have been present. So you could say, if I was a study student at home, I'm going to learn to write my essays on my own, and then I'm going to get feedback to improve them. And then I have to take that feedback down and try to improve it. And I think that's the sort of future where I feel AI might be useful, because it can do something a teacher can't do because they're not present, and much more personalised. But anything which cuts out the thinking, any teacher who ever gives any value to an AI-produced product is not going to be helping. So there we go. Those are some thoughts. I think I better stop there. But that was just that cautionary tale. Just watch out. This is like, for me, a metaphor for what can go wrong. AIs are not infallible, and as soon as we start treating them as if they are, as children looking up to the AI as the expert without the knowledge to challenge, is going to be in trouble. So we have to harness AI, be very intelligent about its use, and always think the children who will suffer the most will be the ones who know the least, and that's where the inclusion aspect comes in. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much. We would now open the floor to questions, so please raise your hands if you have one. But until the audience... Oh, yes, we have the first one. Please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, I will repeat the question, but you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Tom, for your very interesting observations and presentation. What I'd like to ask, so you mentioned just one AI application, how AI could be used in schools and education, but I'm sure there are much more ways how to involve AI in educational process. So what do you think they might be?
Repeating the question for you, Tom, once more. You've mentioned one way of using AI in education in schools, but can you tell us a little bit more about some other ways it can be used in schools?
There are lots. So, for example, I think that if you...
Give us a moment. There is some technical issue, I assume. Can you still hear us, though? I guess that makes the perfect case for high-tech, low-life experience. Okay, I guess we do get your questions in the chat and relay them over to Tom because we have to proceed to the next speaker of ours today. That's a shame that Tom would not be able to hear a round of applause, or can we? Has he joined? No, okay. So yeah. Let's give a round of applause just of appreciation for Tom today. And I am now presenting you our next speaker with quite another topic and the framing we have touched upon today, but I would love to hear more in this regard. The topic sounds along the lines of educator as a service, which is quite a curious framing, and I would love to invite to this stage Alexey Shevchuk. Please welcome with a round of applause here. Alexey Shevchuk is CEO of Adbury and the founder of ITlandia with about 30,000 alumni members. So let's hear what Alexey has to say today.
Thank you very much. One of speaker previous said that we have sometimes. I have another viewpoint. We don't have a time. For example, right now I will use my personal AI assistant. It's my second brain. I made it. I made it about 1 month ago, and that I don't know how it named it or he or she. My daughter proposed to me give the name Roxy. I said okay, will be Roxy, but I'm not sure. Is it he, it? Okay, and I asked it. Roxy, help me after presentation, give me feedback. I will start a recording, and after that, it will make some notes about my presentation and give me feedback about my soft skills, hard skills, my English pronunciation, for example, grammatics, etc., etc. Okay. Oh, someone sent us a message from the future. Hello, unemployment. No? Welcome to the unemployed meeting. My name is Alexey Shevchuk and would like to present you some of my ideas about future education. As education stakeholder, we expected a revolution. We wanted a radical shift to make our lives easier. It never happened. In tech, the revolution failed. The industry collapsed. Venture capital dropped from 20 billion to 400 million for 4 years. 4 years. Yeah. But then the real change arrived. AI entered through the back door, and it's changed everything, as you see. Three numbers. 92% student already used AI. 68% of teachers received zero AI training, how to use AI in the school. And only 10% of schools have AI policy. This is a free fall without a parachute, for my opinion. And some more facts. Adults are losing cognitive skills to AI. Children will never develop them in the first place. It's a Swiss case study. Negative correlation. It gets worse. 80% of people accept a wrong answer from AI without checking. It's cognitive surrender. AI flatters you, agree with you, never challenges you thinking. The most dangerous combination in the history of education right now. Surplus of confidence, deficit of knowledge. Innovation now fit inside in lifetime. Your grandparents saw one tech revolution. Your children will face dozens. I saw you like presentation. I will open secret in the end. The gap. Technology accelerated exponentiality. The human brain does not. The growing gap is the education crisis. The half-life of tech skill is 2 years. It's right now. And part of content expires before the course ends. We delegated physical power and stayed human. Now we are trying to delegate cognitive power. Some transfers easily, but empathy, meaning, moral responsibility, this require being, not doing. Where is the limit of the AI, of that AI can take from a person, from humanity? That's how many answers we have. We are children playing with fire. The question is, who decided where the boundary moves? Big tech, the market, or us? But we need to do something here, right now. Education is the most conservative industry, and that's actually good. Its survival function. Like a big ship, it turns slowly, and that's why we don't crash. Each generation has time to pass on something essential, resilience, the ability to survive change. But the ship still needs to turn in AI era. We must teach old knowledge in new ways, and new knowledge with new methods, and we need framework for that. That's one of my idea. It's a scope framework. What not maybe I created, maybe I combined it from another ideas. Well, first place I will stay meta skills. It's about resilience, about self-regulation, creativity, reflection. And as you see, it's easy explanation about the skills. Soft skills, it's life with others. Meta skills, life with yourself. Hard skill, life with environment. And digitals, right now, in digital era, life with digital. Digital, it's like a, not fifth, but fourth element about with others. And how its scope work in practice. It's a familiar like a project-based learning maybe, but more. It's, for my opinion, it's only one way in AI era. A skill is a single piece of knowledge. After that, we combine a skill set. It's a personalized combination. For example, that's one unique that we get from AI, hyper-personalized education. That's super pooper for my opinion, a feature. Okay, and what else? Skill set. It's a personalized combination. Biology, for example, plus physics, AI literacy, plus maybe a language to read a foreign paper, foreign books. And competence, it's competence is a moment where the skill set is demonstrated in a real situation, not in a test, but in action. Who designed that situation? And that's where we go next. Now look at this picture. Our AI agent on a leash from the big tech are already handling knowledge, transactions. They explain, they quiz, they personalize, and they do it 24/7, little bit free. You know what is token mean, yeah? Tokens. Yeah, I think it's tokens in the future. It's like utility for everyone. Water, electricity, and tokens. So where does the teacher stand? By the door, optional. This is not science fiction, this is trajectory. Unless we redefine that a teacher actually is. And educator as a service. Let's be honest, right now about 90%, maybe you don't agree with me, of educator are already as a service, a content delivery mechanism. Open the textbook, explain, quiz, grade. Student can get the same from the YouTube, on ChatGPT or on other services. If delivering content is your only value, then yes, you are replaceable. Not by AI directly, but the person managing an army of AI agents. But this is not death sentence. It's a starting point. The evolution goes in 3 stages. Service, where the most are now, if we're talking about teachers. Orchestrator, you learn to manage AI, agents, validate the outputs, adapt the real time. And other level, it's architect. You don't teach lesson anymore. You design environment where competence is born. Each architect, you design education experience. Each step adds something AI cannot provide. Can you see this 4th stage? Can you see 4th stage? Super architect, like supervisor who teach another architect. Because in that architect we need something who know everything. Some example how to lesson before and after. Some subject, some class, same 45 minutes. Both teach photosynthesis. On the left, the teacher delivers content and the hopes it sticks. On the right, the teacher designs a situation where the student needs photosynthesis to solve a real problem. you remember movie Mars, yeah? When they need to solve something with potatoes. Same content, completely different learning. And I can stop to create different frameworks. Another framework, ideal. This framework, how to get teacher from service to architect. I've built this 5 pillar. It starts with identity. It's more important because I see it's a big problem right now. It's identity for teacher. Who are you in the new reality? Next pillars, design, ecosystem, assessment, literacy. Each step transforms not just what you do, but who are you as an educator. Based on ideal model, I prepared a course, short advertise, reteach for educators of the new era. 5 models. Model A, you rethink your professional identity. Model B, you learn how AI actually works, not as a user, no coding. Model, my notes. Model B, you learn how AI actually works, not as a user, but as an architect. Model C, you build your own AI agent system, no coding, without coding. And model D, you design a complete lesson with AI from scratch. And model E, you bring your you bring your real assignments, watch AI solve them in seconds, and redesign them to be AI-proof. Also, you need to solve problem with assessment, because every student right now working homework with AI. Yeah? 2 track. First track for those who already know how AI, now AI and need practical tools tomorrow. And full track for those ready to transform not just their practice, but their professional identity. Everything online, every model ends, and if you're interested, you can take a picture. It's a QR code for pre-registered for course. Start in July. Takeaways. 1 sentence per audience. Take the one that yours.
All right. Thank you. Let's show a bit of appreciation with a round of applause here for Alexei. And let's open the floor to questions. As always, please raise your hand and the microphone will be with you shortly.
A little motivation. My book for best question, it's science fiction for children, 8 to 12.
Okay, you got a motivation now, so please raise your hand as soon as you get the question. I can start by asking, there's a lot of teachers in this room, and probably it sounds a little threatening for them, and they might feel that they are treated as like commodity, replaceable thing that is not really valued. How would you reframe that to be more encouraging than threatening for teachers? Or do you actually mean to say that teachers are about to become obsolete maybe and replaced by AI?
Be ready to transform. And is the first answer. We don't have another way, I think. Because if we're talking about AI, my opinion, we need to maybe say stop or maybe take a pause. Right now, LLM systems give me enough for my personal effectivity. But we don't know what, as I said, what the AI cognitive function they take in the future. and who we are in the future. Maybe for our children it's not a problem, but maybe it is our fear about our how we will live in the future. That's not a fear of our children. It's it's about us, and we and another answer, you can take from AI more free times. It's absolutely amazing right now for me when I created my second brain in my phone. It's based on Claude through the chatbot in Telegram, and based on Obsidian, it's my notes. It's notes about only 10% what I put in Obsidian, but I'm sure I put on my 100%. That's amazing, more effectively. So many insights every day. It's on my personal tutor, and also when I prepared this presentation, it also will help me to prepare this presentation. Sometimes, not.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions in the room? Oh, yes, we do. So, yes, let's start with you here, and the mic will be with you shortly. I see the question over there, and can I have the third hand just to... Yeah, okay. Got it. I was just curious what your agent already
Sorry, can you repeat?
To the rest of us who hadn't heard the question, has your agent already generated a review of your speech today?
No. I will share if you're interested maybe after that, because they have limit of time and speech-to-text memory, and after that I will take a recording of this conference from YouTube, put in Notebook LM, they give me a transcription, and I will take my part of my part and maybe another speakers, and put in that my second brain, and I can share. I don't know where. Maybe you have a chat. I don't know. Or
yeah, we do have a chat.
You can subscribe on my. I opened my channel in Telegram, and you can subscribe. I will share in my Telegram channel. Okay.
Yeah, one more reason to connect on LinkedIn, people. Okay, the second question we got over there.
Alexei, thank you very much for an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question. So if the teacher in the future, in the very near future, as an architect will create this learning experience with the help of several agents, yes, of his own, how do you think should the offline learning experience in the classroom should look like? Or should everyone take out their phones, and should the communication be like that? Or should it be in some other way? And use this FaceTime during when the kids are in the classroom with the teacher physically. How should this time be used for the learning experience?
For my opinion, as you wish. You can because AI give you economy of give you more free time for creativity, and you can use phone during the class. You can not use a phone. You can use different gadget, because you need to, as I said, maybe more important to create. To understand their competence, skill set, how realize skill set in specific situation, and you need to see their competence. And after that, you need to more gadgets. It's not by European Union Act, because in school they don't want to see. Different limits, you have limits, but with gadgets you can give more hyper-personalization. Personal trajectory, it's reality, it's so interesting, and your class will be more interesting, more activity, and also it challenge for teachers, educators, because for for translating education experience, you need super background, your personal. Maybe you need in background, sport, activity, traveling, because it's, as I said, being, not doing. Yeah, you must have, not nice to have, because if you're architect, you need to give something uniqueness that not give can give AI. And your classroom, I think, with AI will be very interesting, very productive, very creative, very inspire your adult children, students. I answered the question. Okay. Thank
now
you.
to the third one, and I think we will wrap this up. Sergey had a question.
Do you practically use AI when teaching students? So how it may look like?
I experimented because also it's some ideas, and also I stay before a fork. Sometimes I don't know how can I use right now some that opportunities. So many opportunities, and so suddenly I see my brain, my second brain, don't have so many ideas for that, and sometimes I experimented. Last time it was 1 week ago. I proposed to it was adult students. I proposed to it was project management micro training. I proposed to use for special task Ask AI. They use ChatGPT, and after that presented result of ChatGPT answer. And after that we training critical thinking. Where was wrong, where was right. Well, what we can use, what not can use. It's base element, for example, base skill, AI literacy maybe in class for teacher and students. Critical thinking before. You saw data, yeah.
All right, so I think that will be it for us for today. We have to transit for the panel that we have next. Do you have your favorite question yet, or would you save it for later?
Yeah, about how to use AI school, yeah. And another secret, because before that I gave my books for Stembridge, yes.
Those would definitely go into collection.
Library, yeah, in Russian and English. This book in English from Amazon. Thank you very much.
And it goes to the author for the offline and school question. Go ahead and receive your book.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now it's time for the second panel of this day, and I would like to welcome its moderator, Daria Loban. Please welcome. Daria is an ESG marketer and a lecturer in sustainable marketing. She's going to be moderating today's panel. Yes, please take a seat. The company for this beautiful panel is a friend of ours from the morning, Simona Romanauskaitė. Please welcome. Professor at Vilnius Tech, you already know her. Then Dmitry Kruk, please join us there. Dmitry is a senior researcher at economic think tank Birok and the director at BISAB. And next up, Nikita Livyankov, AI technology manager at IPAM. And Alex Marmuzevich, also an old friend of ours from today, the data solution engineer architect. Please join us here. And now over to Daria.
Hi everyone. Now we will wait for Alex to take his seat and we'll begin.
I can't believe it. Nice compliment. Glad to see you.
If the couch is too small, you can sit next to me if you'd like. Yeah. Yeah. Or you all look cozy. Okay. So welcome to our second panel, Assessment, Academic Integrity, and AI. And so let's kick off. I think we can all agree that artificial intelligence hasn't yet broken academic assessment, but it definitely exposed how fragile it already is. And I would like to share with you some statistics, some food for thought that we can discuss. With 92% of UK undergraduates now using AI tools, the question is no longer whether students use AI, but actually how institutions respond. That's why we're here to have this conversation. And the dominant response is now shifting from detection and policing toward redesigning the assessment itself. But this transition is still uneven and far from complete. Also, the European Commission's updated ethical guidelines, they classify AI in education as high risk. And they require conformity assessment already by August this year, including AI used for scoring exams, evaluating learning outcomes, steering the learning process, and monitoring of cheating. So that's some introduction for food for thought. And I suggest starting from a very broad question regarding the pace at which technology is developing and whether institutions are keeping up. There is another statistic that 88% of undergraduate students already use AI to complete their coursework, yet fewer than 10% of schools and universities worldwide have any AI guidelines in place. And this is actually what previous speaker has mentioned as well. And this gap is not an accident. It reflects a deeper disconnect between how fast technology moves and how slowly education systems respond. So my question to you is the problem that institutions are behind or that they were never designed to keep up? And whose job is it to close this gap? So do you have, you have another microphone here?
Okay, at least from my perspective, the biggest reason is teachers. Because I'm saying if teacher is lazy, then we don't have a clear regulation and so on. Even if the regulation exists in the university, in school, if teacher is creative, he can go around and adapt to it. As I mentioned in the morning, we have a kind of a strict regulations like no usage of AI, but we were allowing it, just adjusted to it. So I would say not necessary regulation, the teacher is most important.
He's waiting for. So, in my humble opinion, basically, we are in the era of really transformation, and universities definitely should keep up, kind of. Do all their best, encourage teachers to stay up to date. It's a slow process, for sure. It will take time. That's from one hand. From other hand, as a parent, I shouldn't pass everything to university and blame university. I should make sure that my daughter is ready to take higher education journey. And I think that kind of answer who should do what, basically it's combined effort. University should definitely keep up, parents should work on that, and also be students as well, to be able to help their children to achieve higher goals. That's.
Oh, maybe now I step in. And
okay, go ahead.
I'm more or less ready to say something. So the idea is, but do we have this such problem to be up to date in university? For instance, in the case of AI knowledge and everything else, is it possible to be up to date according to what we see right now? Highly likely not. So probably we shouldn't be focused on teach people teach students how to use best and latest models, how to work properly, deal properly with Cloud Code, with Codex, with ChatGPT. It's a pointless. You will be late all time. You can, I don't know, spend weeks to prepare a new course, but you will be too late all time. So maybe education should be focused on something more fundamental, which can reapply to any circumstances. Maybe how to adapt yourself to a changing world, right? How to speed up your learning, how to do something about it, because it's almost impossible to be up to date. One example from my past. Sorry, it's just a couple of minutes.
Just half an hour.
No, I will try. 10 years or maybe more ago, some students came to me and blamed that in the university, for some reason, they used Pascal or Delphi, I don't remember exactly, very obsolete technology to teach how to write source code. And I mentioned, what do you want? What do you expect? We're expecting to deal with modern frameworks. And I mentioned, in this world, yes, a framework appeared every second. So you want to be up to date with each modern framework, or you must have basic knowledge, and then reapply your knowledge to modern framework. So in my assumption, we should be focused mostly on something basic. I have no idea what is it, but I'm pretty sure that if we'll have this basic something which helps you to get fresh knowledge immediately, it's much better than to try to, try to fight this here animal progress. Impossible.
It's actually a good point. Sorry. That's actually a good point. So I feel like what you're saying is that we need to teach kids to learn independently. So basically,
learn independently, and maybe it's not maybe exactly teach independently. Yes, it's maybe we should find something which is very extremely fundamental for everything, for surviving, to update yourself. Maybe it's fast learning, yes. Maybe it's nice adaptation skills. Maybe it's something else. And this is much important than heuristic. Maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, I'll start with some assumptions which maybe disagree with preconditions in your question. First of all, I would disagree that education is not adapting to the technology, and education is kind of lag in the dichotomy technology versus real life. Why I say so, I have plenty of arguments, but I can give just one. For instance, technology, this is a product of what education products, because everyone who creates technology, they are the graduates of education. So I don't see any grounds to say that education is not go in line with the development of technology. The other point that is really on the agenda, and one more important caveat. Today, AI, we call it GPT, general purpose technology. This is not the first general purpose technology in the life of humanity. Internet, cars, transport, something like this, they were also general purpose technology, and always it took some time to understand what does it mean for new reality and how to adjust, to adapt to this new reality. So what I see today, this is a kind of adaptation, and it will take some time more, but I'm absolutely sure that the educational industry will adjust to it, and saying that we will face with absolutely new reality, frankly, I don't see grounds for it. I believe this is a complete exaggeration of what is expected. And going closer to your straightforward question about regulations. Again, I would it is a very important question, and I actually agree that there is a problem that performance without learning, it really today a problem during this transitory period, but at the same time it does not and it cannot be cured only by regulations regarding using AI. Actually, the education is expected to give a response what does educational product mean in new reality. And after this, these guidelines, assessment strategy, they shall be fine-tuned in line with this systemic response. And in my view, if we look at the leading universities, at the leading schools in the world, this response is pretty close to be given.
Thanks for the optimistic outlook. Really appreciate it.
Could I
Simona?
extend a little bit to what was said? Like, it's not just school and university, it should be parents. At least what I see in Lithuania now, in university, no, they have free time. Like, they are easy, usually they have. But in primary school, it's almost a tragedy. Like, the student is attending lectures, he's coming back, going back to the lectures, and usually parents don't have time for it, so they are hiring some kind of a mentors and so on. So in this case, probably I could help, even it shouldn't be, but also we shouldn't be replacing it. My idea is more like, I agree with you, like we should be learning how to learn, how to get the basics, but not try to be us, AI and robots, by learning everything all, I don't know, 24/7.
Yeah, good point. Thank you so much. Now let's move to the second question about the assessment, because this is what we gathered here to discuss. So basically, are we assessing the right things? And let me share more statistics with you from OECD Digital Education Outlook from this year. It says that students using AI improved their task scores by up to 48%. But then they performed 17% worse the moment AI access was removed. So this question touches upon what Dmitry already started telling us about, is the gap between performance and learning. So basically AI helps us to perform, but are we as students, like as school students, university students, are we actually learning things? So the question is, if AI helps students produce better outputs without building deep understanding, are we assessing the right things at all? And what would it take to redesign assessment so this gap disappears?
Maybe I can step in. It's like a data science question all time. Do we know that our metric is properly created and properly applied to this particular case? If you remove AI from student and see different performance, right? Maybe you measured something differently. Maybe you should measure how they can use AI to achieve some results, and maybe you should, I don't know, retarget them or find another target, find another metrics, and in this case you will see completely different results. So students, at least they managed to train their skill how to use AI. It was good achievement, because if you compare them versus previous generation, you will see huge gap. They managed to even achieve KPIs, create a very proper, very nice results, nice looking results, nice, I don't know, essay, work presentation, and everything else. It was what you expected from them when you give them this task to create presentation. And they use best on the market tool to solve it. So they are advanced people. That's it.
Yes, so we need to change what we're assessing, and I'd like to add that, for instance, with my students, I grade not that much of as like the output, the presentations, but how they participate in discussions, let's say in the classroom, and like soft skills. Did I said what you wanted to say?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Look, right now we're on this stage, right? It's kind of assessment, and here you're assessing us. Can we answer your questions? Yes. Can we participate in these discussions? And according to this assessment, you will get better marks. Can we use AI? Yes, we can use AI to prepare ourselves for this session. Can we use it right now? I'm not quite sure. I don't have it. So everything is based on my current skills. No more, no less. Sorry.
Yeah, and why I asked before, like, did your second brain generate it? Even the evaluation is very, I don't know, it depends on my perspective. I could evaluate one aspect, he would evaluate different aspect. No one knows what is the correct answer, unless it's a fact. So it means, like, even the students, when I'm saying, like, yeah, I'm writing you a mark, but don't accept it as a final truth, because I don't know. Like, in this situation, according to my criteria, it's like this. So this is why, like, yeah, we need to switch a little bit to what we are evaluating, not knowledge, because we can find it. Probably not efficiency, because it's very tricky. Do I have the most effective tool or no? Because it should be my evaluation, not a tool. So this is why we basically shifting to more like those soft skills, like, can you understand what you did? Can you, I don't know, present what you did and things like this? So sometimes, for example, it becomes strange because some professors are saying like, yeah, you should answer those questions, but not by computer, by hand. What it means, at least while they are writing, they need to read it. So they are hoping they will know something, at least while rewriting. It happens.
Yeah, adding on top and completely agree. So usually during assessments that like I'm currently doing inside, I'm interested not only in the like valid or invalid answer. Like I'm interested in the way of thinking, because it's more important how you can tackle different problems in different angles, critical thinking, for example, and that's something that needs to be taught, and that's something that needs to be assessed. And I like analogies. Usually I use them like on a daily basis, even with my kid. Like, let's say we are no longer in state where like take AI, remove AI, they perform worse, right? Take a hammer from a worker, he will definitely perform worse. But what's the point? Like, why should we do that? Like, we should teach them the approaches, which should check how they understood patterns, how they understood foundations, to what Alex was mentioning. And that's probably the level of teaching and level of assessment of that stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much.
As in case of regulations, I would say it is not so much the core of the problem. This is more like a symptom. The core of the problem, I would say, again, what is the main product of regulation and how we shall fine-tune assessment to produce this final product of education. And here, possibly, I would disagree with Alex. I would say that the main product of education is still pretty constant. I don't expect that it will change somewhat, but not dramatically in 20, even 30, maybe 100 years ahead. And the most important product of education, this is creation of mental map, which is suitable for acting under uncertainty. I really believe that the main product of education, it is adaptability towards uncertainty. AI, this is a perfect tool that can give you perfect answers if you have certain conditions. Real life, this is making decisions under uncertainty. And you will never be able to use AI in perfect way for dealing with uncertainty. And furthermore, plenty of issues that is needed for being employable, for being competitive at the labor market. This is about dealing with so-called emotional part of human being. Again, AI is even not perfect, I would say, can do nothing about this part of education. That is why, for me, the problem sounds as follows. So yes, I really agree that today's at the very early stage of implementation of AI, there is a gap between performance and education, but this is not a problem of assessment itself. It is, I would say, more the problem of how we shall incentivize students to still get what we want them to obtain from education and fine-tune the assessment in this way. What we are doing, for instance, in our university, and I heard this from many faculty members, they're thinking towards more oral exercises, more, for instance, similar to what Nikita was mentioning, that show me your learning and thinking process. And this is really like a visualization of your mental process, that we want to additional improvements, that you really involved, and this is not just using AI as a replacement for your work. This is like your personal assistance. And in this case, so regarding AI, I would finalize with the thought that it's not a problem of AI, that it can serve either as displacement of mental map or as a research assistant. This is a problem of us, that AI may be used in different ways. And the task of the education is to stimulate, to incentivize students to use AI in a proper way. And assessment correspondingly shall be fine-tuned in this manner.
Yeah, but I feel like we're all aligned on this, because because like the tone of voice like of the discussion is like we are arguing with each other, we're like adding some of our points of view and experience. But I feel like we are pretty much aligned that we need to focus not that much of the outcome, but on the train of thought of the students. We need to kind of assess the learning process itself and help them deal with uncertainty. Cool.
Our task is to educate, not just to provide knowledge. So.
Yeah, because knowledge is like you can get knowledge from books. You can ask your artificial intelligence friends, you know. Let's move on to another question, the question of accountability. So what accountability looks like, and here we can also discuss the toolbox as well, the tools that we use for AI detection, and also raise the question whether we actually need those tools. So more statistics from me. UK universities confirmed nearly 7,000 AI cheating cases last year. It's 3 times more than the year before. But there is also a problem that AI detection tools discriminate sometimes, and some research shows that AI detection tools flag 61% of content by non-native English speakers as AI generated. So there is definitely some discrimination happening. And there was a case also with the ruling rolled out in February this year. A federal judge ruled one university's case against a student completely false, and this was the case that the student cheated, and the court proved that no, it was a glitch in the system. And now Stanford, MIT, NYU, and other universities, they have disabled their detection tools entirely. So we're in a situation that detection doesn't work, bans don't work, and the tools that we're using to enforce this integrity are actually discriminating against certain students. So it's a very complicated situation right now. So what does accountability look like, and who is responsible for getting it right? And maybe there are some examples that you can share how you tackle this kind of problems.
We as researchers did a different model to detect AI detection for Lithuanian language. So the accuracy was about 90%. Did we use it? No. We just scare students. Like, oh, we have tool for Lithuanian language. You shouldn't be using. So in this case, with small classes, it's very easy. Teacher knows who knows how and so on. So he already, based on how it's written, how it's presented, no, is it? But what's the issue when we are talking with our professors? Can you prove it if you are using some AI detection tools? Is it really false or not false? Yeah. So yeah, there is no evidence, there is no explainable AI integrated in those tools. So basically it can be just as indicator to analyze, not a solution. So this is why it's tricky, and what's tricky also, as you mentioned regarding the discrimination. When we are switching to oral presentations, some students are not good. They have some issues with speaking and so on. So also it becomes difficult to estimate. So then we are trying to adapt, and it becomes like we are wasting more time to evaluate the students rather than to teach, to educate.
Yeah, really the issue. And about detection tools, technically, it's possible to implement advanced detection tool which can guarantee that it can detect at least in the moment, right? Everything precisely. But the question is, what is the reason of this tool? For me, it's pointless in reality. I can give you a bit different example with interview. I'm conducting interview a lot of, right? And past 2 years ago, something like that, people started cheating on interview. And you know, if you hear that person knows exactly everything, can answer properly on each and every question, it means that highly likely there are 2 options, cheater or genius. Genius highly likely, not cheater, rather. So this is the reason why I can use kind of anti-cheater mechanism, find a model and everything else, but it's a pointless. The best is to ask stupid questions. For instance, on an interview of architect ask how we can change color of our sun. It's very easy. Simple question. If he can think, he will think. ChatGPT cannot help in this situation. So again, it's return back to assessment. The best is to adjust assessment a little bit and try to fight with cheatership. It's pointless.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, as you mentioned, we're going back to the assessment question. Like, are we assessing the right things? Like, does it make sense to assess the output? Like, ask students to write an essay and then use detection tools to see how much they were collaborating with artificial intelligence. So does it make sense?
And from another side, it's not fair because you will use AI to check students' AI.
Yeah.
So it's
So basically, it's AI working with AI
versus AI.
Yeah, we're a human.
Make no sense.
And in terms of tools, I would say the following. They should be used, but like, are we again measuring the right thing? Because we figured out that the person solved task with AI, right? What does it mean? Like, and even why we call it cheating? He supposed to use most recent knowledge, up-to-date tools, like have to be creative in his work, and he was creative, like was solving like his task, spent less like time on that, right, and achieved the expected outcomes. Sometimes, and most of the times, like businesses also want that, to solve the given problem in reasonable amount of time and spend like not much money on that. And that's probably not a punishment. That's probably should be a like benefit, and the student should be kind of nominated to something like a knowledge sharing, right?
Yeah, like a creative thinking. Yeah, also like for instance with my students, but it's like it's the specifics of the class that I teach, and I teach digital marketing, and it's kind of you have to use all of the tools, and I tell them, yeah, use every tool that is out there, but you need to be able to explain why. Like, why this outcome? Not because my friend Claude, my friend ChatGPT told me, but yeah, like why exactly? And we're coming back to the ability to think critically, ability to act in uncertain situations. So that's a very good point, and also something that I think we can discuss is the emergence of tools like humanizers. There are like 150 plus like 1,000 humanizer tools that help to kind of cheat the cheating, you know? So like where are even like students and teachers in this equation? It seems it's just the market of tools, and one tool, you know, fighting the other.
I actually continue your thought, so I'm absolutely sure that any detection is absolutely useless, and you will definitely lose the struggle if you will decide to make it. So my prescription would be we shall focus more on disclosure of AI, and once again the tool that we are trying to use, presentation of your logs, presentation of your way of thinking. Yes, in many cases you face with a bulk of information, and in this case this will be just be AI assessing AI. Yes, but at least you can fine-tune how your AI will assess the process of thinking, and if needed you can manually do it. And I think this is a very effective and promising approach for as a part of the disclosure strategy. And actually why I think disclosure is more important in this case, again I want to emphasize my thought that it is extremely important to cultivate the culture of making AI your assistant rather than displacement of your tasks. If you can do this, and you can do this only if you say that yes, certainly use AI, but show me the way you intimidate with AI. So that is why, once again, my short answer would be absolutely no detection, but disclosure. And maybe one more thought. Still, I believe some hard skills are needed. Maybe I'll give something from very specific industry. Let's think, I'm thinking about economic disciplines, for instance, something very specific like statistics and econometrics. Shall students know how, for instance, variances, covariances are calculated? It is easily can be done with AI. But again, taking in mind mind that you shall have a mental map, at least you shall have an understanding how it is doing. How you can do this if you want to detect AI. Classwork. For this, you can use still classwork. So my conclusion here will be this is the responsibility of educator. Fine-tune your program, fine-tune your course in a way not to prohibit AI, but at the same time to implement, to embed those elements that are critical for creating hard skills that are still very important.
Sorry, Nikita, before you jump in, I'd like to clarify something you mentioned about the disclosure. So does this disclosure work both for students and the teachers who use, let's say, AI for assessment?
Exactly. Actually, yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes. This is a dual process.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks.
Just want to add to what Dmitry was saying. Hard skills are definitely important. Teaching those hard skills is important. And usually what I'm saying is that asking right question for the right problem is your major advantage, because you should be able to understand problematics and even like craft a proper prompt. Yes, Alex.
No, prompt engineering, your favorite word.
Just kidding. Ask proper question to get expected outcomes is also a skill, and that's what probably should be taught as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And it's definitely hard skill because you must know what to ask. Oh, so it's definitely asking proper question. I would say it's rather hard skills than soft skills, because you must project your knowledge into this one question and follow discussion.
Yeah. So basically, you are becoming not and just like a junior engineer, junior specialist. You are becoming an architect of the entire stuff you want to get, either like system, answer, research, or like economics stuff. You should be able to kind of have enough foundation to like produce outcomes.
It looks like now we should present welcome to YPAM, some banner here.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, now let's proceed to our last question. Yeah, so our last question is basically when we will sum up everything we discussed, and I would like each one of you to share your opinion. What would be the one thing that institutions, your institution, institutions in general, schools, universities, should stop doing right now when it comes to AI and assessment, and one thing they should start?
Stop everything what they are doing with the regulation, because we were discussing previously in a different context, but like usually in situations like this, the market does their own regulation. Then, yeah, like there should be some kind of a, like ethics and so on, which should be taken into account. But when we start regulating without taking into account, for example, the course, because, for example, I don't know, in some kind of a history and in programming, like, yeah, in history to know facts from the LLM is one thing, but in programming it's a little bit different. And they are not thinking about the specifics. For each student, the rules are the same. So I would say, like, yes, there should be some guidelines, not regulations, in institutions, and giving them more freedom to the teachers, to the educator itself, to develop those specific solutions, how to evaluate, how to be more personalized, how to utilize all the AI possibilities.
Nice. So from my side, I will try to just a couple of words. First, don't try to fight with or against AI. Pointless. Just accept this fact. It's the first, and the second, start treating AI agents as the same human or something like that, as an assistant all time, and rely on this opinion on their help. It will make you much better performer, helps you to move faster. But think all time. Yes, it's important.
You mean we should be polite with him?
Oh, exactly.
That's
you
for
know,
sure.
right of mention, it's for sure. You must say thank you. You must say, could you please? And it's very important.
Robot appraisal.
Exactly.
Risk management.
For some reason, who knows in the future?
Yeah, I completely agree with what guys were saying, and kind of stop like or minimize the fight against. Like really try to adapt, but do it in a smart way. That's what I would say. Responsible, smart, and be cautious about what you are doing.
Regarding what we are going to refuse, most probably, I have already mentioned it, will be refusing from written works as a form of assessment. I will very briefly share the problem of this year. On 3 or 4 disciplines, teachers from these disciplines said we see the students are cheating. So, okay, let's try to be stricter. Still, there are 6 cases of cheating, and I talked to those students. They agreed that they were cheating, but they were very proud because we cannot prove it. They only recognize it themselves. So what I see, and this is like a repetition what I have already mentioned, if you try to struggle against AI, you will lose. So I'm absolutely sure in it. So currently, I see as an exit strategy what I already mentioned, the direction towards oral. I fully agree with Simona that there are plenty of drawbacks regarding oral form of assessment, but we are looking at some combination. For instance, technical reports and those kind of logs of your interaction with AI. So I think looking for a combined form of assessment. So this is the issue that is currently on the agenda for my institution. And what we are going, this is what we are going to refuse from. And what we are going to implement, I think the most important, this is this disclosure policy for AI, so to incentivize students to use AI properly and effectively. And one more I'll mention too, AI tutoring. So I see this as a very promising technology. For instance, at Khan Academy, what I have seen, this is really a promising issue, so I think this is an effective approach.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simona.
Yeah, just a small supplement. Like, yeah, we should diversify the evaluation and the teaching. Like, yeah, it's not just like there should be both knowledge, both skills, both oral, both listening, and so on and so on. So this is why, like, it will give even additional value and not just detection, but also be educating more soft skills.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists.
Well, what a lively panel it was. I've seen even the conversation going on this couch separately from this couch. So I think it is about time that we keep this conversation going and move to our roundtables, which would allow you, instead of waiting to ask your questions, just go right in and speak your mind and share your insights, hear the insights from other parents, teachers, educators, and even tech entrepreneurs. So, how is it going to be structured? For starters, we have the roundtable, designated for parents, which sounds approximately like learning with AI helpful or harmful, like the cornerstone question of today. The discussion is going to happen in Claude Room, which is on the top floor of this building. We're waiting for parents there. If you're not a parent but you're interested, please feel free to join. This second topic, more or less targeted at teachers, which sounds like AI-supported teaching, how is the role of teachers changing? It's going to happen in ChatGPT room on the second floor. And finally, for our third room, the Gemini room, is a tech roundtable. From pilot to procurement, what schools actually need to adopt AI? Second room, Gemini. I invite you all to join the panel of your choice, and we will meet you here at 4:40 for the wrap-up of this day, and hopefully everybody will come back with some new insights. See you later.